Thank you very much. My name is Keith Lewis. I'm an alcoholic. I'm delighted to be back in Richmond. One of my favorite places. I got sober in Washington, D.C. A while back, May of 1973. And my old friend Ray O'Kay always says, I've been around a long time. You can tell by looking at me, I've been someplace for a long time. We've got an alternate or a backup plan. I was in Arizona till late yesterday and flew into Wilmington, and Julia picked me up, and we actually slept about 3 hours, didn't we? And we got up about 3:45 to drive down here. So if I fall asleep, my buddy Don, where are you, Don? Don's going to pick up where, okay, Don, yeah, there he is. Don's going to take up for me, and I'd like to introduce my lovely wife, Julia. Would you please stand, darling? Talk about a small world. My wife works with Don's sister, and Julia's in law enforcement. We've been married 14 and a half wonderful years, and we did a workshop together last year out in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I discovered something that I didn't know, and Julia brought up the point. We were talking about how people fall in love, and Julia's convinced that the reason I was attracted to her was she said that she was the first woman I ever met who had her own handcuffs. Don't get excited, guys. I'd like to start off with a quote from the Big Book. It says, "A tremendous fact for every one of us is that we have discovered a common solution. We have a way out on which we can absolutely agree, upon which we can join in brotherly and harmonious action. This is the great news this book carries to those who suffer from alcoholism." You know, if you ever go to a lot of meetings, it's hard to believe that we have a common solution upon which we can all agree. I mean, you talk about parsing sentences and things like that. I mean, I see more disagreement around Alcoholics Anonymous over the silliest things. And so what I'm going to attempt to do today is really to talk about the fact that you know, what we have is seriously a spiritual program. And it is a way out. And, you know, I like to harken back to the history of alcoholism. You know that in the early 1970s, alcoholism became quite the rage. I mean, it was on radio and TV and all kinds of things. And people took a great interest in it. And in the 50s, the American Medical Association and the American Bar Association both agreed that alcoholism was a disease. And now that was first concocted by a man named Seneca. And for you history buffs, you know that Seneca was a legislator and a senator, and his dates were 4 BC to 56 AD. And he first described alcoholism as a disease. So he beat the AMA by about 1,950 years. But he wrote some interesting stuff about it. It's sort of fascinating. He noticed that some of the sons of the prominent families, the patrician families in Rome, were going to downtown Rome, and they were taking part in behaviors that embarrassed the family. Now, I don't know what you had to do in Rome to embarrass your family. It must have been bad. And he gathered up some of these lads, and he took them out in the country. Actually, it was almost like a peninsula with a guarded gate. And he noticed that when he just took them out there, if he didn't do anything, they did funny things. They flopped around on the ground and did things, and which some of us have done. And you don't even have to be Italian to do that. So then he decided that what he would do is he would give them, start off giving them wine, and then he add more and more water to the wine. So I guess Seneca opened the first detox. And he also did an interesting thing. He noticed that if he fed them a lot of fresh fruit, and that sort of thing, that their thinking seemed to clear up a little bit faster. So I guess he was the first guy to take part in vitamin therapy. And but most of all, and they ran around and did stuff, like threw sticks or whatever young Roman boys did for fun when they weren't drunk. But most of all, they promised they'd never do it again. And hard to believe, but they did. And within a few weeks, they're back in Rome, embarrassing the families. And he made the observation, it's as though they're diseased. And so he was the very first person to call what we have an illness. And now, our religious friends for a long time had been pointing out that the behavior that many of us partook wasn't really along the lines of moral. And so they said we had to change the way we acted. And so finally the miracle happened, and of course it happened in 1935. And we know the history of Alcoholics Anonymous. We know that Bill had a profound spiritual awakening. In Towns Hospital, with his third trip there, and his wife and her brother, who was a physician, were meeting with Dr. Silkworth discussing Bill's fate. And they had concluded that they would have to lock him away someplace, or he would die, certainly die of alcoholism, because he'd been in DTs again. And I'm always struck by the humility of Dr. Silkworth. I don't know if you knew this, but Dr. Silkworth was one of the top members of his class, and his dream was to become a surgeon. And his classmates all got together and told him that he had a sense or a feel for alcoholics, or inebriants as they called them then, that he had a sense for them that was bordering on spiritual. And they talked him into giving up his dream to be a surgeon to work with alcoholics. Now, by his own reckoning, only one person in 1,000 he worked with got well. And so here's a man who gave up a dream to work with a bunch of hopeless cases. And how many of us he must have watched die, and how heartbroken he must have been. And we know the story. Bill's very, very sick, and he has this spiritual awakening. White light enters the room, and he feels a sense of peace and ease, and he had a certain knowledge about what he had and who he was and all the rest of it. And he called this humble man in. And now, do you imagine, working with alcoholics all those years, and a guy calls you in and says, I think I just met God. Yeah. And, you could say, yeah, well, I've got a fellow down 3 doors down who thinks he's his son. So, you could, but that isn't what he did. What he did was he said, Bill, whatever you have, you better hang on to it, because it was better than what you had before. What a humble answer to give. I mean, what tremendous faith he must have had as a human being, in human beings, and in what he did to give an answer like that. And, of course, Bill went on and became a zealot, and he ran around jerking people off of bar stools and doing all kinds of things, can you imagine? All you have to do, now look, here's what you do. It's a very simple program. You drink too much. You convulse, and you go into DTs, and you wait for the white light. Right. And 1 in 1,000 of you will make it. And so, the only guy that Bill helped, the only guy who quit drinking with Bill's help, was a guy who put his head in his oven and committed suicide. He was the only one who stopped drinking. And Bill finally became just absolutely discouraged, and he said to his lovely wife, this isn't working. And she pointed out something that he had forgotten, and that is that he was sober. And we know the story. He went off to Akron to make his fortune again, and it fell apart. And you talk about the hand of God in things. I shudder to think where many of us would be had Bill's attempt to take over the company worked. But it didn't work. It fell apart, and he's in the Mayflower Hotel, and he hears the music coming out of the bar. Remember the bar music? You know, some of you remember disco music. Some of you remember, some of you remember big band music. I'm sorry to tell you, but there's a sound to music, and it harkens back. As a matter of fact, when I first got sober, I couldn't listen to classical music for about 6 months because it made me thirsty. Because when I would get very drunk when I was drinking alone, and I'd wax philosophical, I'd read something, usually Invictus or something like that. Remember Invictus? Out of the night covered me black as a pith from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may be for my incomparable soul. In a fell clutch of circumstance, I have not wenched nor cried aloud. Under the bellowings of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. And I burst into tears in my little hovel on Skid Row. I had managed my life beautifully, and I was the master of my fate, and who needed those other people anyway? But at any rate, Bill's in Akron, and everything fell apart, and he heard the music coming out of the bar, and he walked down to, and he knew he needed an alcoholic. And I think that must have been the moment that Alcoholics Anonymous was born, because prior to that, Bill was the giver, and Bill was the old timer. He was the only timer, and he was the old timer, and he was there to serve and to give. And I think that moment Alcoholics Anonymous began was the moment Bill needed an alcoholic so he wouldn't drink. And I think that's the power of what we have. We've always been surrounded by people who know the answer. If we'd have listened to them, none of us would be here. But if we'd have listened to them, there wouldn't be anything called alcoholism. And Bill ran down a list, and it was a guy named Tunks. It's interesting because in New Hampshire or Vermont, and that part of the country up there where it gets cold and snows a lot, Tunks means a walk in the woods. And somehow it resonated with Bill, and he picked up the phone and called that one particular man. And that one particular man happened to be a member of the Oxford group. And the Oxford group was begun by a man named Frank Buckman. It's a marvelous book called On the Tail of the Comet, if you'd like to read his story. But it takes some time. It's about 1,200 pages. But it's fascinating reading. And he'd begun, and what the Oxford movement was a return, an attempt to return to what was perceived as first century Christianity. And that is when there were absolutes that, my dear friend Mike Way, who many of you know, and please keep him in your prayers. Mike had begun hospice yesterday. He's my oldest and dearest friend in Alcoholics Anonymous. This April, we will have been best friends and prayer partners for 30 years. And Mike puts it beautifully. We talked one time about how fortunate we were to grow up when we did, because Mike said, he said there's a line, a very, very thin line when we grew up, and he said above it was right and below it was wrong. And he said now there's a big murky cloud called relativism. And you make up your own right and wrong. You get to be your own higher power. You get to write your own 10 commandments, or 11 or 12, 3. Well, whatever number strikes you, you get to call the shots. And I'm the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. But there really was an absolute right and wrong. And all things had to be considered. It was interesting. One of my favorite people was a man named John Henry Newman out of the Oxford movement. Early on, one of the members of AA, Clarence Snyder, Clarence was one of the very few original members I had the privilege of meeting. He outlived everybody else just out of spite. But he started a third group, which was the Shaker Heights group in Cleveland. met over a firehouse, because he made a very astute observation. He observed that there were a few Roman Catholics who drank too much too, and one or two, and so he wanted to have a meeting someplace that they wouldn't be afraid to go. So he started a Shaker Heights group, and they had it over a firehouse. And then they got together to write this book. And the man who really propelled this book was sort of interesting, was a man who got drunk and died shortly after the book was published. He's the one who provided the office, he provided the secretarial help, he provided everything that was needed in order to do this book. And some suggest he had ulterior motives like getting rich. And, but they couldn't even sell the original, the first printing. They had a hard time selling them. If he'd stayed sober and hung on, he could have made a lot of money. Now they're selling them for thousands of dollars a book. But some of the things that they concluded, and if you hang around AA, which I strongly urge you to do if you're an alcoholic, because you smell real bad if you don't. What you hear, and we hear it so often, I think that we may become desensitized to it. What we hear about are the incredible miracles that take place. And people don't say, let me tell you about my miracle. What they say is, something happened. Something happened. And something happened means God just arrived. Something happened, and I met Julia. Something happened, and what happened when I met Julia is a wild thing. First 12 years of my sobriety, I'm not a bit proud of this. I was a real bum. I really was. I was. It was all about me. Enough about me. What do you think of my shirt? And it was basically my attitude, and it was about getting ahead, and it was about, and I went and got a degree in theology so I could be one of the high rollers in Alcoholics Anonymous. Because I noticed they talked a lot about God and stuff, and I want to be right up there with them. And I sat at the feet of guys like Buck Doyle and people like that, and but I noticed that there was an area of my life that was absolutely disgusting. And it really was. And now I had since come to know God and everything, but I was basically calling my own shots. I was what you call a situation athesian. I decided what was right based on the situation and love. And if she looked good enough, it was right. And I'm not proud of that. That's just a reality. And I had another one of those relationships. And that was, like I say, sober about 12 years, way too long to be living a life like that, and running around being magnificent. And I was at a friend's house, and I was just utterly disgusted with what I had become, finally. Disgusted to the point that I got on my knees and I begged God to tell me what to do. And I made the commitment. I prayed almost all night, and I made the commitment as the sun came up the next morning that I was going to never, treat a woman again the way I had treated women in my life. I was one of those men, and very few of us around, who were very angry with women when it came to Alcoholics Anonymous. Because, women hold a lot of power in men's lives. They can make them feel good or bad, on and on and on, and I resented that. And so what I promised God that morning was May the 5th, 1985, that I would never ever abuse a woman again. I wouldn't abuse my manhood or her womanhood ever again. That I'd live a celibate life. And that I would use all the energy I used chasing women to work with new people. And that night, I went to a meeting I didn't plan to go to because a friend of mine was speaking, and I met Julia. And then I went to my sponsor, Tom I, and told him what I had discovered, and asked him to teach me how to be a man, how to date, how to do this. I pointed out to Tom, I said, "You're really married?" He said, "Oh, yeah, I'm really married." I said, "You're even married when you're out of town?" He said, "Oh, yeah, I'm married when I'm out of town." And so, in effect, what I was doing was I was finally starting to do what the book suggested, and that is I was finally starting to build character. And, I haven't had to do that. And I never made a move that I didn't discuss with Tom. He said, don't do anything till you talk to me about it. And so, I suggested to Tom that I was going to ask Julia if we could have an exclusive relationship. And this was after 14 days and 3 minutes or something. And he said, you're not ready for that. And I said, all right, but I don't want to date anybody else. He said, it doesn't matter. He said, you have friends in AA. He said, go to lunch with some of your women friends, go to a movie. He said, you don't have to be intimate, but you're not ready. And I said, why? And he said, well, you'll know. And about 6 months later, it occurred to me that my pattern was exactly the same. If I found someone who I thought would have me, I wanted to capture him. Because my thought was if they could have anybody else, they'd take them. And so what I ended up doing was I went and I explained that to Tom. He said, now you're ready for an exclusive relationship. And so then I said to him, about a year and a half later, I said, Julie and I are going to get married. He said, you can't. I said, why? He said, you're not engaged. And I said, Tom, that's an old-fashioned idea. He said, well, it got to be that way for a reason, Keith. And so Christmas Eve, Julia was coming over from Troy, where she lived, to my house, and we were going to go to midnight mass together. And I was dressed up, and I had gotten permission from her parents, and I had the ring in my pocket. I mean, I was ready, and I practiced and everything, and I had a fire going in the fireplace, music. The tree was up. I mean, you name it, man. And I was ready. And they talk about setting a scene. And I was just about to go into my act, and she said, I'm going to check my makeup. And she ran in the bathroom. So I chased her in the bathroom, put the ring on the wrong finger, the wrong hand, and asked her to marry me. And, aside from that, it was pretty good. And she fell into my arms, and we both wept. And all through Mass, we'd look at each other and just cry. And then, we don't, the book says clearly, though, that we don't dictate the terms of other sexual behavior, okay? We don't. But I think what we do need is standards. And I think that's what the STEP provide for us. And that's what sponsorship provides, is standards. And so I said to Tom, now I'm sober now like 16 years. We're engaged, doing it all right. And strange things happened when I became engaged. I actually began showing Julia my book, where I was going, what my commitments were. Do you want us to do anything? Let me know. I mean, my life was actually somebody else's business. I used to be married, and my life wasn't my wife's business. And so a huge change had been taking place. And so I said to Tom, I said, Julia has an opportunity to transfer her job from her county to my county, so we're going to live together before we get married. He said, no. He said, that violates everything you believe in and everything you've worked toward. And he said, besides that, and this is where he really got me, sponsors are very, very unethical people sometimes. He said, you represent Alcoholics Anonymous in your community. He said, if someone who lives in your community has a drinking problem, they knock on your door, and they do. They used to, the thing was, if you play golf with Keith, you don't drink anymore. That's sort of what happened. But and he said, this isn't about you. This is about Alcoholics Anonymous. And and I knew he was exactly right. So we didn't live together. And the week that we got married, Julia's job transferred, of course. But at any rate, the point I'm trying to make is that alcoholism is a spiritual illness. What that means is that I ended up violating virtually every principle that I ever lived with in my entire life. That's what alcoholism does to one. It destroys the very fabric of our being. A little bit later, I'll describe something that happened to me that really pointed out to me that there was nothing left inside of me. And what Alcoholics Anonymous does is it helps us rebuild the fabric of our being. And that's what the steps do. And the 12 and 12 describes it beautifully. There's something that began to happen in AA shortly after I came in. And that was a tremendous focus on how we feel. It became very, very important how we feel. As a matter of fact, I came into Alcoholics Anonymous through treatment, and I love treatment centers, don't get me wrong. If it hadn't have been for that little place that Ernie the attorney started out on the Potomac River, I'd be meat on the hook. And because I don't think, I hadn't had a drink from the day I came to Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm convinced that those 30 days I spent there in relative safety had a lot to do with how it happened for me, because I was living in the basement of a house in Skid Row and my life was a shambles. And so I'm really grateful for that and for what the people taught me and all of that stuff. And you know, what I discovered was that Alcoholics Anonymous is a way of life upon which we really can agree, but it's a way of life that demands that I build character. And when we get to the 10th and 11th step, we'll talk a little bit about that. What I know, my goal, and my goals aren't grandiose in any stretch of you know, the word, no, you know, not at all grandiose. All I want is to be a better member of Alcoholics Anonymous this time next year than I am right now. I want to be a better father. I want to be a better husband. I want to be a better friend. I want to be a better sponsor. I want to be a better pigeon. I want to be, even if it's just slightly better in every area of my life this time next year than I am right now. And the reason that's important to me is I look back over the years of my active alcoholism, and every year I was less the person I wanted to be than I was the year before. And that's the value and the beauty of inventory work, that I could see the spiritual, emotional, physical, and moral decline in my life. And I could see it year by year by year. And since I've been in AA, since it's become important to me to do that, I can see that I'm not what I want to be, but I'm more than I was. And that's what this life offers me. And that's why I love it so. You know, when I was still drinking and I was married to my first wife, she was seeing a psychologist, which I was convinced is why I drank the way I did, because I was married to a crazy woman. And I knew it was going to come. I knew they were having an affair. And, you know all those things, just intuitively know those things. And the guys at the bar shared that sort of insight with me. And they knew everything. And so they asked to see me, and I knew it was coming. And I also knew there was something very wrong in our lives, and there was something very wrong in my life. And I was a little concerned about my drinkings, and I made up my mind I was going to be as honest with this man as I possibly could be. So I went in and we talked for a little while, and then he asked me that question. He said, "Your wife tells me you drink a lot." I said, "I do drink a lot." And he said, "How much do you drink?" And I said, "I'll bet I drink a half a fifth a day." Now my theory was, if you didn't buy it, you didn't have to count it. And we all have our own theories. And he said, "That's a lot." I said, "Yes." And I said, "Do you think I might be an alcoholic?" And he said, No. He said, "You're too young." He said, "Your IQ is too high." He said, "I think your problem is you have a really poor self-image and you need to be affirmed." And then he turned to my wife and he said, "Part of the reason he has a poor self-image is because of you. You tear him down." And I remember thinking, I don't know what we're paying this guy, but he's worth every dime. And he gave me my very own affirmations. This guy had done his doctorate, his PhD in affirmations, and he gave Keith's affirmation. They just invented those. Remember those electronic typewriters, with different fonts and things? And he made me 2 pages from my own personal history, Keith's affirmations. And every morning I was to stand in front of the mirror and I was to affirm myself. I was to tell myself all these wonderful things that were true. And my wife, if she could, was to stand beside me to reinforce my affirmation in an attempt to undo some of the damage she had done. And I was so pleased to find out I wasn't an alcoholic. I got very drunk that night, and And so I was affirming myself all alone the next morning. And I'll never forget this. You talk about ludicrous. I'm standing in front of the mirror. I'm looking into those yellow bloodshot eyes. And I got a slight tremor. You know how it is, you know. And I'm looking in there and I say, you know, Keith, today you're a winner. Today you're a wonderful husband. Today you're a wonderful husband. She was in the kitchen. Today you're a kind and loving father. You know, today you're a brilliant researcher. I got halfway down the first page. I said, today you're full of crap. That's what you are. You know, I may have been an alcoholic, but I wasn't stupid. You know, and you know, and that's how people try to treat us. You know, they don't know that the problem is our foundation is rotten. You know, it's like putting a new roof on a rotten house. And that's what so many of these attempts are all about. You know, meditation and, you know, on and on and on. And you know, there's so much is all about it. And what AA knows is we have to rip out the foundation and rebuild it. And he actually asks questions like, is the foundation firm? You know, is the mortar properly mixed? You know, because it says that we're building a foundation upon which the rest of our life will be built. And that's what's so crucial about going in and tearing it all out and starting all over. And that's why the steps are critical. You know, they're critical. It's not what we learn on top of what we know. You know, it's what we find out that we don't know. I remember when I was pretty new in AA, a guy had the temerity to say to me, you're delusional. I didn't know what it meant, but it wasn't good because of the way he said it. And so I went to an old guy. I don't know if anybody ever knew Jack Dennis up in Virginia, but Jack was a great old guy, you know. And I went to Jack and I said, Jack, guy just told me I was deluded. What's that mean? He said, well, Keith, he said, delusion ain't what you don't know. It's knowing things that just ain't so. And so the book refers to that as old ideas. And so when it says we got to let go of all of our old ideas, I think what that means is I got to be willing to not be right about anything. I thought that Alcoholics Anonymous was about solving problems. And you know, you'll go to meetings today and somebody will say, anybody here have a problem? And I love to say, I got alcoholism. You do anything with that here? And you know, somebody will come up with something like, well, mother had a square nipple, or, you know, something really. And, you know, and then 50 untrained psychiatrists will take a shot at that. And you know, the beauty of this whole deal is, you know, I ran around with a bunch of young folks when I got sober, you know, and I'll tell you, it's amazing. The first one got sober in January, okay? There were 9 of us. The 9th one got sober in December the 12th. Okay? You know, this year, all 9 of us celebrated 30 years. You know, and we were crazy as outhouse rats. You know, but we had this terrible habit of sending Keith to the old-timers to ask questions, you know. We sort of hung together. It was sort of like the problem of the month group. And I'd come up with a problem, or we'd come up with a problem, and we all had it at the same time. It's amazing. And they'd say, Keith, go ask the old-timers. And I'd say, they don't like me. So yeah, they like you because they treat you mean. That's how they, you know, they like you. And so I go, and I remember one time, they sent me, and this old-timer said to me, he said, you got a lot of problems, don't you? I said, yeah, I got a lot of problems. He said, every time somebody else got a problem, you got it true. I said, that's the strangest thing. And he said, well, I'll tell you what to do. And I had seen this guy the month before because I had a problem I wasn't sharing with the group, impotence, which would put a crimp in your sex life. And I wasn't telling anybody about that, but I told the old-timer, and he laughed. He thought it was funny. And they always think it's funny, you know. And he said, he said, it'll get better. He said, a lot of men have that problem. It'll get better. I said, when? And he said, well, you got a full social calendar? Ha, 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 you know. Let me guess, you're going to take her over on Skid Row and really wine and dine her, aren't you? Ha, 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 you know. And so the next month, they sent me to him with the same guy with a problem, and And he said to me, he said, look, he said, I want you to do me a favor. I said, what's that? He said, I want you to borrow some lipstick from one of the girls. He said, don't do anything else for the girls. He said, oh, that's right, you can't. Ha, ha, ha. You know. He said, I want you to go home. He said, get some lipstick, go home, write on the mirror, Keith, you're wrong. I said, well, I can't do that. You see, my problem is I have a poor self-image and I need to be affirmed. Don't ever talk that way to an old timer. They hadn't read any of those books. And so I bought a tube of lipstick. I didn't want to borrow anything from a woman, you know. And so I went home and I wrote on a mirror, Keith, you were wrong. And I was just disgusted. I threw the thing away and just, these people are nuts, you know. And I went to bed and I had a normal night. I don't know if you remember a normal night at about, 90 days or something like that, you know. I laid down and closed my eyes. My head woke up for the first time. It took off. And, you're never going to make it. They're going to find out you're crazy. You're not an alcoholic. You're going to be alone the rest of your life. What difference does it make? You're amping it. On and on. It was just like a loop. And then, you drift off to sleep, and then the leg cramps would set in, and I'd be jumping up and down beside the bed, and just crazy. And then 15 minutes before I had to go to work, I'd go sound asleep. And it'd take 3 alarm clocks to wake me up, and then, depression was waiting for me. You're going to go to work today, and they're going to find out you don't know how to do your job, and they're going to fire you, and what difference does it make? You're hopelessly in debt. Just the usual stuff. Every morning I had to decide whether to start the coffee or fall on a butcher knife. And I went into the bathroom, and it said on the mirror, Keith, you were wrong. I said, well, thank God, because if I'm right, I'm in a lot of trouble. And so I discovered that the great gift in Alcoholics Anonymous is being wrong. Because the more things I could be wrong about, the more substantial the foundation of my life can be. And yet, I grew up with the old idea that if you were wrong, you were nobody. My family would carry on arguments for generations. And I'd carry on arguments with my poor wife, and I'd change the argument a little bit to be right. And, it was just insane because I had to be right. Now they're telling me that the only way out of this thing is a willingness to be wrong. And it's just such great advice. And I was talking about this whole business of we get into feelings. Now, don't get me wrong. I think feelings are important. And I really think that treatment centers and other people do great service when they teach us about our feelings, what they are and how to identify things and all that stuff. Otherwise, it's easy to go crazy and not know why. But the problem isn't our feelings. But I thought it was, and I misunderstood what AA was about, because in the treatment center when we had meetings, we talked about feelings. So I'm new out, and I didn't know anything else, but I knew that if I couldn't make it in AA, I was a dead man. I knew that. And so I wanted very much to fit in. And so I went to a meeting, and they had a topic. Can you imagine such a thing? And I wasn't even interested in it. They had it anyway. And it got to me, and I shared my feelings. And a great hush came over the crowd. And then they went on with the topic. And the next week I went back, and a guy met me at the door. He said, your name's Keith, isn't it? I said, yes, sir. He said, you sober all week? I said, yes, I was. He said, that's great. So was I. He said, I'm glad you're back here. He said, we had a business meeting last week after you left. He said, the vote was 12-0. Nobody cares how you feel. And he said, we're interested in what you do. He said, this is a program of action. And he said, if you don't like the way you feel, wait 10 minutes. It'll change. I said, that's right. I've noticed that. And so I came to understand that I don't have to be ruled or run by how I feel. That what I need is a plan of action. And the plan of action is in this book, and it's best delivered by a sponsor. And so I got a sponsor, and his name was Dan, and Dan saved my life. I don't know where Dan is now. I pray for him a lot, but he disappeared. And I was sober a couple years when Dan disappeared, and I've been all over the country, and I ask about him wherever I go if anybody knows him. And then I was sober about 2 years when Dan disappeared, and then I got I sponsored myself for about a year, which meant I had an idiot for a sponsor. And my life was in the toilet again, and I asked a guy named Sandy B. if he'd sponsor me. And Sandy said, we'll talk about it. He said, bring your running shoes Saturday morning over to my place. You know where I live? I said, yeah. He said, well, bring your running shoes. We'll have a run and we'll talk about it. And I didn't have any running shoes. I had 4 cartons of cigarettes, but I didn't have any running shoes. But I bought some running shoes, and I got them dirty so he'd think I ran. I rubbed them in the dirt. Yeah. See, I was tremendous grasp on honesty. And so I went over to see Sandy, and we put on our shoes, and he looked at my shoes, and they looked like brand new shoes somebody put dirt on. And we started running, and you know, when you're smoking 4 packs a day, you get to the point in a hurry. And I asked him if he'd sponsor me, and he said, "You're really having a hard time, aren't you?" I said, I think I'm dying. And I was serious. And he said, well, I'll tell you, Keith. He said, do you believe in God? And you know, I knew a lot about God. I went and got a degree in God. And I did. I got a degree in philosophy and theology and all that. Georgetown University, pretty good school. And, you know, it was a gift of sobriety. And you know, I knew what other people knew about God, but I didn't know if I believed in God or not. And one of my old ideas that I brought in from my childhood was that if you have any doubt at all, it means you don't believe. I now know that that's false, that that's wrong, that doubt is an element of faith. You know, if you don't have doubt, you don't need faith. You know, if you know for sure, then it doesn't require faith. And faith is believing even when I doubt. But I didn't understand that then. So we're running along, and I knew this may be the most important question anybody had ever asked me in my life. And I somehow knew the answer to this was crucial. And I said to him, I'm not sure. I don't think I do. And he said, that's too bad. That means you're probably going to die. And I stopped. I mean, what's the sense of getting in shape? And I thought for a minute, and then I caught up with him, and I said, you know, Sandy, I'm willing to go home and reconsider my position. And he said, good. If you're willing to reconsider your position, I'll sponsor you. And he said, you know, people live because they're willing to reconsider their position. And, you know, and I think that is absolutely true. And I think when, in the 5th chapter, when it says that, you know, the only people who don't make it are people who are constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves, I think what that means is people who are unwilling to reconsider what they think they know. To sort of put everything on the block and say, I am willing to be convinced to the contrary. To the best of my ability, I will question what I know. And that's what an annual house cleaning is really all about. It's questioning what I think I know. You know, I think the difference between an old-timer and a bleeding deacon is that a bleeding deacon is someone who has fallen in love with his or her own ideas. And they spend the rest of their life beating new people with their ideas. I think an old-timer is someone who recognizes that sobriety is a process that takes place. That someone takes someone by the hand and they walk them through life. And they help them learn from their mistakes, and they help them learn from their victories, and they help them learn from their defeats. And what comes out of everything that happens is a spiritual lesson. I'll just give you one example. I was sober a few months, and I was asked to study in France. There's a guy living on Skid Row, and he's asked to go to Paris to study with probably the world's greatest cytologist. I was going to study staining techniques. And I didn't think my sponsor would let me go. And so I showed him the letter, and he just beamed. He was thrilled. He said, I said, you mean I can go? He said, you have to go. He said, this isn't about you. This is about Alcoholics Anonymous. He said, 3 months ago, this couldn't have happened. And he said, we have 4 months to get you ready to go. And then he told me something that I found to be so very, very true. That's why I love this man so much and why I miss him so much. He said, you can do anything in Alcoholics Anonymous if you prepare properly. And we prepared me to go to Paris to study And New Year's Eve, 1974, I'm on a plane landing in Orly Airport, and I'm glad I was sitting in the corner by myself because I wept. It couldn't happen to me. You couldn't get there from where I was. You can't get from Skid Row and 14th Street in Washington, D.C. to Orly Airport in Paris. You can't do that. That doesn't happen. And while I was over there, my sponsor just happened to come through town and spent a week with me. And one of the things we did was we went down to Orly Airport, or we went down, to the beautiful old village called Sarthe. And in Sarthe, there's this magnificent cathedral that is it's an architectural wonder. The two towers are very different. What happened was they lost the plans, and people, actually the peasants worked on these things during Martini time. It was like they do their day's work, then they go and volunteer and work on this thing. And so you figure something was built during Martini time. And the two towers are entirely different, one from another. And the engineers to this day can't figure out how it's standing, but it's been standing for 1,000 years. And so Dan's explaining all this to me. He knew all these things. He knew everything. He was just a brilliant, wonderful man from the coal fields of West Virginia. And we were going across the square in the village of Sarthe, and I see this magnificent cathedral. And he said, I'd tell you something. He said, not many people know this, but there's actually stairs that go up to a catwalk that goes around the top of the... And he said, we can look down and see the entire cathedral at one time. And my heart stopped. I had a deep, dark secret. I was terrified of heights. Okay? And I always thought that the way you dealt with fear was to be brave. And when I was in the Marine Corps, I volunteered to go to jump school to overcome my fear of heights. And I'd already busted a kidney up overcoming a previous fear, and they wouldn't let me go to jump school, so I went to mountain climbing school instead. So I spent 3 weeks in the Sierra Nevadas rappelling off the sides of cliffs, drunk. And the guy I'm climbing with says to me, "You've been drinking." Well, it's like he was an Al-Anon or something, And he said, "You've been drinking?" I said, "Of course I've been drinking." And he said, "I'm not climbing with somebody who's drunk." I said, "You're a lot better off with me drunk than sober, I'll tell you that." And because I thought that the way you overcame fear was with courage. And so I was going to fake it. I was going to get brave. And finally I stopped halfway across the square, and he stopped and looked at me and said, "What's the matter?" And I almost choked on it. I said, "Dan, I'm afraid of heights." And he said, "Oh, you got the old afraid of heights problem." I said, "A lot of us have had that." He said, "We don't have to go up there." He said, "Or we can go part way," which is a novel concept for an alcoholic. He said, "Or we can go till you get afraid, and then you can take my hand." And that's the way we do it in Alcoholics Anonymous. I went up there until I said, "Dan, I'm really feeling kind of shaky." What happens is your vision closes down. And I took his hand, and together we went to the top. And I didn't dance around up there or anything, but and I couldn't wait to get down. But the point is that I did it, and I didn't do it because I was brave. I didn't do it because I cooked up some pride-driven courage. I did it because I reached out and took the hand of another human being. I bought a beach house when I moved to North Carolina, and the kids came and told their mother. My children came and said, "Mom, Dad bought a beach house." And she said, "That's strange. Your father hates the ocean." And the kids came and said, "Mommy said that you don't like the ocean, Daddy." I said, "Where'd she get that idea?" Then I remembered where she got that idea. We went to the ocean once when we were married. We were living in Washington, D.C. You know what happens when you go to the ocean from Washington, D.C.? You have to go across that bridge that's 500 miles long and 300 miles high. And they always make you stop in the middle, And I'm there sweating bullets in the middle of this bridge, dying. And I can't tell the woman I'm married to that I'm afraid of heights. You talk about a phony, fear-driven life. And when they talk about honesty in the 5th chapter, they don't mean lying. That's part of it, of course. But honesty is how I present myself, what I do, everything about it is honest. When I was getting benefits from interpersonal relationships without the willingness to accept the responsibility, I was practicing a form of dishonesty. When I was allowing people to believe things about me that weren't true, I was practicing a form of dishonesty. When I was espousing things because they sounded good versus that I really believed them, I was practicing a form of dishonesty. When I was a fearful person and hid my fear, I was practicing a form of dishonesty. And what I recognize is that what alcoholism is to me, the spiritual aspect of alcoholism, is that I'm dishonest to the very core of my being. Even what I think I know is wrong. Sandy told me, after I worked the steps for a little while and this and that, and we were at lunch one day, and he said to me, he said, well, you've crossed the great divide. I said, excuse me? He said, you're at that point in life. This was scared me to death. He said, you're at that point in life where you would be better off doing the wrong thing for the right reason than doing the right thing for the wrong reason. He said, if you do the wrong thing for the right reason, we call it a mistake. He said, if you do the right thing for the wrong reason, we call it dishonesty. And he said, and honest, people are constitutionally incapable of being honest to the people who don't make it. And, we had arrived at this because one of the tasks that I was given when I worked with Sandy was we'd meet for lunch every week, and every week I had to come up with an old idea. An old idea is something I used to believe and no longer believe. Okay? And I'd make up old ideas so I wouldn't fail. And one week, I don't know what happened. I may have fallen in love or something, but I forgot to make up an old idea. Something got my attention. And so we're sitting out there eating, and Sandy said, well, what's your old idea today? And I thought, oh. I said, I don't have one. He said, there's an old idea. He said, every week you lie to me thinking, you have to have an old idea. And how does he know these things? And he said, and he was saying to him, what a brilliant, wonderful man. And I owe him so very, very much. He said, I had an old idea this morning. I learned. I said, what's that? I thought you were sober 12 years. You couldn't have any old ideas after 12 years. And he said to me, I was running on Capitol Hill, and he said, limousine pulled up. And no, what he said to me was, what would you do if you discovered that you have a fatal illness and you don't have long to live? Now, I didn't know I had a plan for fatal illness, not long to live, but I did. And it was right there. I said, it's very simple. I said, I'd sell my house, so I'd put money in the bank for the kids, and then I'd travel. I don't know where I'd go. I'd go to AA meetings or something, I didn't know I had a plan for what I was going to do if I had a fatal illness, but I did. I had a plan for everything. And he said, I was running this morning, and he said, this limo pulled up, and he said, the driver came around, and another man got out, and they came over, and they opened the door, and they helped this man out. And he said he was so thin that his clothes just hung on him, and it was Senator Humphreys. And he was dying of cancer. And he said that two of them, one of them carried his satchel, and the two of them helped him up the steps of the Capitol building. He said, I guess he thinks God's will for him is to be a senator, regardless of what's going on in his life. And my idea was I'd do God's will if he did mine. If he guaranteed me happiness and health and everything else, I'd do his will. I didn't understand the principle of surrender. I didn't understand the principle of the third step, that everything is his. All the decisions are his. And my job is to do what he puts on my plate. And it was a revolutionary old idea. And it was a very, very important time in my day. And I'll wrap this session up with this story. But, Bill Wilson had one of those days. And it's interesting. It's recorded in a book, The Soul of Sponsorship. If you haven't read it, I would really suggest you do. It's a book about the exchange of letters and conversations between Father Ed Dowling and Bill Wilson. Bill Wilson suffered from depression, and he was sober 5 years, and he and his wife were living over the clubhouse in New York City. Now you can imagine, a lot of the people we helped were being successful and doing well, and off. And here's Bill. He's living above the clubhouse. He wanted to, they offered him a nice job in Towns Hospital, and the AA group got together and said it's not a good idea. They voted his job away, and probably didn't even take up a collection for him. But he's there. Their clothes are in orange crates for a dresser. Right? He's laying in bed, and the old man who cleaned up the clubhouse downstairs said, "Bill, there's a drunk here to see you." And the last thing Bill wanted to see was another drunk. And up comes the steps comes this old guy with a walking stick because he had arthritis of the spine. It was Father Ed Dowling. He was a Jesuit priest from St. Louis. And his specialty, he was a journalist, but his specialty were the spiritual exercises of Ignatius Loyola, who was the founder of the Jesuit order. And he had read the big book. And he was so amazed at the big book that he got it on a train and went to New York to meet the man who wrote it. And he walked in, and Bill's in bed. I just picture this. If you could be a fly on the wall, this is the one scene in all of history I'd like to have been at. Because, I could see Father Ed says, "Did you write this book?" And Bill said, "Yeah." And he could look at him. He'd say, "Tell me, have you done these 12 things?" "I wrote those 12 things." And he said, "Have you done them?" And then Bill said, "I don't have a sponsor." And Father Ed said, "I'll sponsor you." And then Bill asked the question, which I think in a way helped form our concept of Alcoholics Anonymous. And if you read it in the 12 and 12, it's so clear. I believe that Bill had the same old idea that I've had, and maybe many of us have had, and that is that if I hurt, I'm failing. Somehow the success of my actions is dependent upon how I feel. And, there's something wrong with what I'm doing if I don't feel good. And Bill asked that question, and we have to remember that Father Ed was a Thomist philosopher. In other words, he, was a great believer in Aquinas. And Bill asked the question, he said, "Father, will it always hurt like this?" Okay, listen to this answer. "Yes, Bill, don't you see that's the beauty of it?" And what do we read in the 12 and 12? That pain is the touchstone of all spiritual growth. Pain is what spurs us on. Pain isn't failure. Pain is what spurs me on to the next spiritual step. And so it was important for me to rewrite my definition of success, my definition of failure. Am I working the program better this time this year than I did this time last year? If the answer to that is yes, then how I feel really doesn't matter. The old timer was right. If you don't like the way you feel, stick around, it'll change. The only difference between now and 30 years ago is that I can't handle the pain quite as long or as well as I could 30 years ago. I get into action immediately when I experience a little pain. But I don't experience my pain as failure. I really experience it as a touchstone of the next bit of spiritual growth. So that's sort of the foundation, and perhaps we could take a break and get into the steps when we get back together. Okay? During our first session was the fact that as members of Alcoholics Anonymous, our job is it's really pretty simple. Not easy, but it's simple. The goals are simple. And if we read on the bottom of page 13, Bill says, "My friend," this is in Bill's story, he said, "My friend promised when these things were done," in other words, the work that he had to do, "I would enter into a new relationship with my Creator, that I would have elements of a way of living which answered all my problems. Belief in the power of God, plus enough willingness, honesty, and humility to establish and maintain a new order of things were the essential requirements. Simple but not easy." And this, I think, is crucial, and this is why we'll talk about the steps. He said, "A price had to be paid. It meant destruction of self-centeredness. I must turn in all things to the Father of light who presides over us all." So the price of admission to a new way of life that we talk about in Alcoholics Anonymous The price is self. So if you're thinking about how you can build self-esteem, be self-possessed, return to self, run. The first step is we admitted we were powerless over alcohol. Our lives have become unmanageable. Had an interesting thing happen to me, a singleness of purpose. Now, I'm really not a bleeding deacon, honest. I had a man visit me from Las Vegas. He came to my home group on Monday night, which is the Midtown group of Alcoholics Anonymous. We meet at 7 o'clock in Wilmington at the Pearsall Presbyterian Church. If you're ever in Wilmington at 7 o'clock Monday evening or Thursday evening, please come. It's a marvelous, marvelous home group, and I promise you, you'll be made to feel welcome. And then my buddy Mike and I have been doing a book study at lunchtime every Tuesday that I'm in town. But we've been doing it for a little over a year now. And we've been through the book once, and we're starting through again. It takes us we go line by line and talk about it. And the first 164 pages, plus the italicized pages. And it takes us about 10 or 11 months. And we did it the first time about 9 years ago. Now, we've done it with one another, but about 9 years ago, I told my buddy Mike that I was feeling kind of bad about the guys I sponsored because I was out of town so much, I was traveling so much that I wasn't giving them much time. And I said, I'm going to have them over to my house on Tuesday night from like 7 till 9. And we're going to go through the book. And we're not going to just read it. We're going to do what it says. Now, we didn't do the part about stepping across the street for a couple of drinks. We didn't do that part. But probably had a lot more volunteers if we did. But but we did everything else. And we picked Tuesday nights because one, it wasn't my home group night, and Julia would go out and check on her probationers on Tuesday night, and all the guys I sponsor really know and love Julia, but still, when she'd walk in with her flak jacket and her 357 and everything else, they'd still jump. But Mike said, well, I'm going to join you. I'm going to I'll bring my guys. And so, and then a friend of mine, Frank from up in Chicago, Frank M., had sent a young woman who had come down to Wilmington, and he had told her to hunt me up, and she was sponsoring a couple of people, so she came. And there were 27 of us. And the 27 of us went through this book line by line. It took us almost 11 months. And we did it. We went to institutions. We did what it said to do. And of the 27, 25 of us are continuously sober. So this book lays out the way to stay sober. And it's interesting. Philosophically, it's stimulating. Psychologically, it's fun, but it's in the action that it happens. It's in the doing that it happens, and so we do that. And my buddy Mike and I are doing that, and Mikey won't be able to come anymore, I guess, because he's told not to leave the house anymore. Hospice has been invited in and everything. It just breaks my heart. We've been best friends for 30 years, and he asked me to say that the reason he's in the condition he's in is because he didn't stop smoking. Actually, he did stop when I stopped, but then he went back 5 years later. But that doesn't have any effect on the profound spiritual implications of Mike's life. Mike has touched more people than I'll ever help, and most of all me. and I just am going to miss him so. But at any rate, the first step, in effect, is an admission of reality. I get to spend some time with some guys in a halfway house down in Wilmington. We have a great halfway house down there. It's run by a guy I sponsored, Bill B., and called the Hope House. And I get to go on Tuesday evenings. I spend a couple hours with these guys. And the focus of what we do isn't the first step. My theory is 90% of the people who die with this illness know what it is they have. I think the problem is the second step. there are people who don't believe what works for me and you will work for them. And that's the second step. It's the belief that what worked for all the men and women who've gone before us will work for me. And that's the beauty of sponsorship. Somebody said to me, you spend a lot of time talking with and about and to your sponsor, don't you? I said, yes, because my sponsor's coming up on 47 years. I've never been sober 47 years. I've never been sober 31 years yet, but he has. And he'll help me do what I need to do in order to have 31 years, and maybe hopefully one day 47 years, a day at a time. So he's been where I've never been, and that's why sponsorship's crucial to me. The second step that came to believe that the power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. I remember when the second step came home for me, I was absolutely convinced. I don't know if anybody else had this experience, but I was absolutely convinced that it wouldn't work for me. I would constantly say to myself, they're going to find out you're not an alcoholic. What you are is crazy, and they're going to find out you're nuts. But the only hope I had was Alcoholics Anonymous. And so I'd say to Dan, Dan, are you sure this will work for me? He said, Keith, it can't miss. He said, when they wrote that book, they were thinking of a guy like you. I said, really? He said, yeah. And during the course of the day, the doubts would wash all over me, and I'd pick up the phone, and I'd dial his number, and he'd say, Dan here. I'd say, you sure? He'd say, positive, and hang up. And so the reality was I stayed sober on his belief and on the belief of the people in the meetings. They believed it would work for me long before I ever believed it would work for me. And so the great gift, of course it's a gift to get to Alcoholics Anonymous, but the great gift is getting with people for whom, not the ones who are going to sit around and criticize everything you do and this and that, but the ones, now they'll pull you up short to save your life, but the ones who believe it'll work for you. They really believe it'll work for you. I heard about a guy, a friend came down, Fred from up in Maryland, Fred F. came down. I remember Fred when he was new. Fred was one of the funniest men I ever met in my life. I remember one time, he's always coming up with it. He's a tremendous artist and a really creative and bright guy. And he said to a bunch of us one time, he said, people's perceptions of things are what matter. I said, really? He said, yeah. He said, take cockroaches, for example. He said, the reason people don't like cockroaches is because they're drab. And I'm thinking, well, that's one of the reasons I don't like cockroaches. But he said, for example, they're drab, they're brown, nondescript. He said, I'd like to invent a machine that would capture cockroaches and would spray them all different colors. He said, then at night when you went down and turned the light on, it would look like a bunch of M&Ms running around the kitchen. Well, that's Fred. And he was telling me, he heard a man speak, sober 23 years. And he said, I was on my way out of AA, and a little guy named Keith came by, and he said, he grabbed me by both arms and said, man, isn't it great? This is going to work for both of us. And he said, and I didn't go out and drink. And so, if we put ourselves in a position to be served by others in the second step, we'll get better. Don't not stay because you don't think it'll work. Stay around the people who are convinced you can't miss. And you have the second step. I was this thing we have, this thing called alcoholism, this powerlessness over alcohol. The story that most drives it home to me is the story that I frequently tell when I'm asked to tell my story. And that's when my second daughter was born. And I had so deteriorated, I said there was nothing left inside of me, and there was nothing left inside of me. I was drunk on the living room floor, watching the test pattern on TV, which is something I did a lot. And I was passed out, and the baby decided she wanted to come, and she was almost 3 months premature. And my wife was in a panic, and she threw water on me trying to wake me up, and she couldn't wake me. So she called the neighbors, and they came over, and which is really embarrassing because, you know, test pattern watching usually requires you do it in your underwear, and so they're there, and I open my eyes, and they're all looking down at me with that look of disgust, you know, and so I got up and I ran in and I changed clothes and I, got dressed, and I was drunk and I was in a rage, and I didn't know who to blame. I don't know whether to blame my wife for letting the baby come early or blame the baby for coming early, because if the baby had come on time, I'd have been all right. And if they'd have waited till I was all right, she'd have carried her for 3.5 years. But I raced across town drunk with the flashers going, you know, high drama, and got to the hospital in which I worked, and I went in the emergency room and demanded they take care of my wife. It must have been so humiliating for her and so embarrassing for her to be with this drunken slob who couldn't even get a sentence out. And the little girl was born, and she weighed less than 2 pounds. And I did what all I was capable of doing. I went home and I went to bed. And my wife called me crying and said, "Would you please come back? I need you. Our baby's going to die and I need you." And I was so angry I couldn't see straight. I was so angry, and I drove across town. I was in a rage. And I got there, and before I got to my wife, the chief resident on a neonatal nursery stopped me. I think a big part of sobriety is seeing how God works in your life when you don't acknowledge His presence. And this woman came up to me, the chief resident of neonatal nursery, and said, "Keith, we just got an experimental machine. It came in 3 days ago. We put it together yesterday. We would like to put your baby on the machine." She said, "I don't think it'll make any difference. I'll be honest with you. We've been friends a long time." You know, we had been friends a long time. You know, I went to high school with this girl back in Bel Air, Ohio. And you know, had I not worked at the hospital, I don't think they would have risked putting our baby on that thing. And she said, "I don't think it'll make any difference. I'll be honest with you." She said, "I believe she's going to die in any case." And I said, "Well, what does her mother think?" And she said, "Look," and I looked over, and my wife had a 1,000-yard stare. She was basically in a state of shock, walking up and down the hallway, holding herself in a state of shock. And I said, "Do whatever you think you need to do." And then she said to me, she said, "You know, it's very important to these little kids that they be touched." She said, "Whenever you can, whenever you have any time at all, go in and touch her, because people die from not being touched." And I went in and touched her, not because I thought I could do any good. I didn't want to be embarrassed in front of the people with whom I worked. My motives were so bad. But it's because I hated myself so much. It seemed to me that if God discovered I wanted something, I lost it, because that's what was happening in my life. And so I tried not to let God or anybody else know I wanted something, and I particularly didn't want to let Him know I wanted this little girl to live. I thought that was the only chance she had. And you know, I'd sit at night. We had an office. I supervised the genetics laboratories, and we had an office across from the neonatal nursery. And I'd sit there at night with the door slightly ajar and the lights out, and I'd watch my wife walk up and down the hall, and I'd watch this little thing struggle for every breath that she took. And I watched the night. The third night is particularly crucial for these kids, and I watched the night when my wife, who was a nurse, went in and baptized our little angel because they didn't believe she lived through the night. And you know, the sad thing is I knew what to do, because I had a father who's the greatest father ever lived and the greatest husband I've ever known. And I know what my father would have done. My father, the machinist, the man who raised 11 of his own kids and sent them all to college, and raised a few kids who had no place else to go, who never owned an automobile so the last kid went to college. He used to cut cardboard out and put it in his shoes before he went to work. And I was so humiliated until I realized in AA that I never wore shoes with cardboard in them. He did. And how I hated him for our poverty, what I thought was poverty. Phenomenal wealth. But he would know what to do because I watched him. I watched him at times like this. I watched him when my brother Denny hung on the edge of death. I watched him when my brother Terry hung on the edge of death. I watched him when my mother, after delivering Terry, hung on the edge of death. And I know exactly what my father would have done. My father would have gone into that nursery with his wife, and he'd put his arm around her, and he'd have said, Pat, with God we can do anything. But I didn't have anything left inside of me. So what I did instead was I ran down to the little chapel. Georgetown, as you know, is a Catholic university, and I was raised in the Catholic Church, and I hadn't been in a chapel for a long time. And I ran down that little chapel, and I got on my knees in front of the tabernacle, and I begged God to let my little girl live. I said, if you'll let her live, I'll do anything. If you let her live, I'll stop drinking. And I was drunk in 12 hours. And I never want to forget that I drank when I thought drinking would kill my little girl. You talk about powerless over alcohol. You know, one of my favorite philosophers is a guy named Blaise Pascal. He's a Frenchman, a mathematician and philosopher. And he said, God created man in his own wisdom, and unfortunately man returned the favor. I had created a God who would kill a little girl because her dad was sick, and that's not the God I serve. And that little girl now is 33 years old, and she's an honor graduate from Auburn University. She has two little girls of her own, lives down in Alabama, Fairhope, Alabama on the Bay, and Julie and I were just down to see her, and the two little angels she has. And you know what's amazing is when she was carrying her second daughter, I happened to be speaking at a conference down about 4 hours from her. And I called her up and said, sweetheart, how are you doing? And she was crying, and she said, Daddy, she says, I have kidney stones, and it's causing contractions, and they think the baby might come early, and I'm afraid she'll be just like me. And I was able to say to her, if she'll be just like you, you'll be the luckiest parent in the world. And I borrowed a car from an AA friend, and I drove 4 hours, and I held my little girl. And we prayed together, and the baby didn't come early, and she is just marvelous, 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 beautiful little girl. But I never want to forget that I drank when I thought drinking would kill my little girl. That's how utterly powerless I was over the next drink. That's why it bothers me when people confuse things like nicotine and caffeine and all that stuff with what I have, this thing called alcoholism. Alcoholism has killed people for thousands of years. It has killed people who don't want to drink anymore, and it kills them anyway. And when they get all wrapped up in all this other stuff, it makes me crazy, you know. When are you going to quit smoking? You know, I was going to quit it a year, you know, and about 3 days before my first year, I bumped into a guy. He said, well, I went to treatment up in Pennsylvania, and they told me I ought to wait 2 years. I said, thank you, thank you, thank you. I hugged him and everything, you know. And I quit when it was time. I prayed, and I quit when it was time. And maybe one day I'll quit coffee. I understand that'll kill you, too. But I don't want folks to drink alone. So the first step is the realization that nothing in my life, no matter how much I love, no matter how much I beg, how much I plead, how much I pray, nothing is going to stop me from drinking. That's what being powerless over alcohol is all about, you know. And it is so self-centering, this illness. You know, the book describes us as selfish and self-centered. This illness is so self-centering. You know, on May the 13th, 1973, I went in for what passed for a bathroom. And I had a medicine cabinet full of pills. I never took anything with alcohol. I thought if God made anything better than booze, he kept it for himself. And but I had a medicine cabinet full of pills because I worked in a hospital. You could take whatever you wanted. And I never took them. I know some of you think that's the saddest story you ever heard, and I decided to take them all. And you know what's amazing about them to me, and when I look back on it, a miracle happened. A woman spoke to me as I screamed aloud. I understand now that God hears prayers in all forms. And I screamed aloud, you know, you're 29, at least it'll be over. And a woman spoke to me and told me it was just starting, and it startled me. I mean, she spoke to me as clearly as anything I'd ever heard in my life. And it startled me. And I looked around, there was no one there, but immediately I remembered that my estranged wife had given me a phone number and said, I can't help you, maybe these people can. And I must tell you, I didn't know I didn't know I was alcoholic. I know I drank too much, but I didn't know I was alcoholic. And I ran out and I pulled the drawer out and everything fell on the floor, and I crawled around on the floor and I found that number and I made a call. And I'm alive today because I made the call. And I'm alive today because the woman spoke to me. But what I know about that is that God intercedes in our life. The philosopher Hegel talks about how God enters history. He enters history, in cultures. He enters history, and he enters history in individual lives. And that's what the Oxford Group movement, the folks of the Oxford Group, really believe, that God will deal with us as human beings, as individuals, if we only seek Him. And we see that strongly in the 10th and 11th step in the big book. If you read Bill's story, you see the absolute necessity of having a spiritual existence, a belief in a power greater than ourselves, and not just some philosophical concept or some hypothetical construct, but something that's real, that's live, that provides power. And that's what I didn't want to give up self for that power. I wanted to generate the power. And of course I can. And we look in here, and there's a solution in 2 pages. It mentions self 23 times. 2 pages. Mentions self 23 times. And so the price of admission is self. What I want, what I need. As a friend of mine always says, when I wake up, it was me, 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 mine, 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 I, now. That was his prayer. And and that's the price we pay. But it's an acceptance. Okay? It's an acceptance. And the second step was driven home to me. That day, 3 days later, I ended up going to this place, this treatment center. And back then, you couldn't have gotten into the hospital I worked in with what I had. And that's just the way it was. And I had to get $300 to get in this treatment center. It was outrageously priced. It was $650 for a month. And I had to borrow $300 on this alcoholic car I had. So I went to the bank, and I never forget this. I'm like about 24 hours without a drink now. The woman said to me, she said, can you stop drinking? And I said, well, yes. I'd never tried. So the assumption was, of course I could. And I almost died. Of course I'm going to stop drinking. And funny things started happening. I put a nickel in the parking meter, and it started playing Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. It was just beautiful. And I stood there till my 12 minutes was up. And it was a waste of money because I put another nickel in, and I went in, they were playing it in the bank. I could have just gone to the bank and listened to it. And later that day, I walked walking down the street, and I walked by a tree, and it was coming out of the knothole of a tree. It's just a marvelous piece of music, and it was everywhere. And I began to see things, and it's a fascinating time. And based on the way things looked, I must have convulsed and stuff. But that day when I hung up the phone, I was given a great gift. And one of the things I encourage the new people I work with to do is to look back and what's the great gift that got you here? Is it that you had people praying for you? That was certainly true in my case. It was because somehow you'd heard about somebody who was in AA. Do you have a relative? We all come in here with a gift. And I'll tell you my great gift. One, I had people praying for me like crazy. But the great gift was that when I hung up the phone after talking to that woman at that treatment center, she had a British accent, never forget. And there was something consoling about that. I don't know what it was, but there was something very consoling about this woman. Ew, how are you? And I don't know why, because we had to run them out of here, but a couple times. But anyway, she knew how to talk to me because she was a recovering alcoholic, and she knew how to talk to me. And I hung up the phone and I looked, and there was almost a full bottle of scotch on a draining board. And I was given my great gift. And my great gift was I knew if I took one drink, I would die. And knowing I would die would never keep me from drinking. I worked in a teaching hospital, and in teaching hospitals, they list upcoming autopsies, and they list the sex and the age and the cause of death. And I'd always watch, and they'd frequently have some old guy there, like 40, 41 years old, died of chronic alcoholism. And from time to time, I'd scrub in to watch those, and I could never stay for long. It was, they used to list them sort of like coming attractions or something, and I'd watch them as long as I could, and then I'd run out of there, and I'd go to Clyde's or Chadwick's or someplace, and I'd go to Chadwick's and say, "You better give me a double, Vinny." And Vinny would say, "We always get a double." I said, "Who's better make it a triple?" And I'd explain to him and the other guys there what I had just seen, what the liver looked like and the brain, and and then we'd all have, "How can you do that to yourself?" I said, "Well, they just don't have a decent self-image. That's their problem." And then, they'd all get triples because I would explain it to them, and it's not easy to be around death and things. And so, I knew that knowing I would die could never keep me from drinking. And, that's true today. If I take a drink, I'll die. There's no question in my mind. But, knowing I'm going to die will never keep me from drinking. That's why I work the program as hard or harder today as I did the first year I was sober. Old Hal Marley used to say to me, "Keith, you do not have alcoholism. You have alcoholism." And it's true. And it breaks my heart when I watch people who have some time in this fellowship drift away and get drunk. And I've seen hundreds of them do it. It's really unfortunate. I've seen hundreds of them. I don't have something that's defeated with knowledge. I have something that's defeated with action. And that's why I stay very active in Alcoholics Anonymous. I have a sponsor. I do what I'm asked to do in Alcoholics Anonymous. But, I got out there somehow. It was 3 days later, and I got out there, and I had what they used to call the running fits. Okay, now they call them anxiety attacks because you can take something. But back then they called them the running fits because what I would do is I could drive about a mile, and I'd begin to shake and everything, and I'd get out of the car and I'd run up and down the side of the road, and I'd cry, and I was sick, I threw up, I wet my pants. I mean, it was a wreck, and I'm headed 30 miles out of town. It took me 5 hours to go 30 miles. And I got there, and I went in, and I was just a wreck. And I had no idea what you did there. I didn't know where I was going to. I just knew I had to be someplace. And a woman gave me a great service. She was sober 90 days. She was a nurse. She sat across from me. Her name's Peggy. She's still alive. She sat across from me, and she looked at me, and she said, honey, she patted my hand. She said, "You haven't been bad, but you've been very, very sick." Now, a few months later, when I got my sponsor, Dan, he told me, she was wrong. You've been sick and bad. And, that's the kind of stuff sponsors do to you, In case you don't know, sponsors find out what you really want to do and tell you can't do it. And but then they put me on a bus about an hour later, and they took me to a place called Alcoholics Anonymous, which I didn't know existed. I worked in one of the finest medical centers in the country, and I didn't know Alcoholics Anonymous existed. I knew there used to be a spiritual movement of some type back in the 30s, but we had gone well beyond all that now. And so, but I get off this bus, and I'm walking in, and they had a guy there. And a lot of people in AA do this stuff. It's very unnerving to new people. But he looked me in the eye. He was an eye guy. I'm a shoe guy. And I like to look at shoes. And he was an eye guy. And he looked me right in the eye, and he said, "Son, if you keep coming here, you never have to drink again." And I wanted to scream at this man, "Pal, you don't know me. I'm a guy who drinks when he thinks drinking will kill his baby." But he did know me. And he not only knew me, more importantly, he knew what I had. And more importantly than that, he knows what you have. And you have the solution for what I have. Okay? That day when I saw that full bottle of scotch, or near full bottle of scotch, sitting on a draining board, and I knew that if I took a drink I'd die, and knowing I'd die would never keep me from drinking, I picked up that bottle, and I stepped back, and I threw it in the sink, and it burst. If the bottle had bounced, you'd have a different speaker. I know I'm powerless over the stuff in that bottle. And I didn't used to be powerless. I'm every bit as powerless today as I've ever been over the stuff in that bottle. I think the first step works this way. Okay, in the very beginning, I was so close to that next drink. See, I believe there's a drink out ahead of me with my name on it. And if I catch up to it, I'll drink it because, you see, I'm powerless over it. Now, I've been around a lot of other people's drinks. I'm not part of those don't interest me. But out there is a drink with my name on it. And in the beginning, I was so close to it, there were days I smelled alcohol. There were days I'd be walking down the street, I'd taste alcohol. That's how close I was to that drink. But you know, by going to meetings, by having a sponsor, by doing what I was asked to do, by praying even in a God I didn't believe in, and doing the things I was told to do, gradually I pushed that drink out ahead of me, further and further and further, until there's a degree of comfort. And then I began to seek balance. You know, we seek balance. You know, life's more than meetings. You know, man was not meant to be alone. Seeking balance to me meant chasing sex, to be honest with you. And I began to seek balance. And I was sober about 1.5 years, and I started to drift away from meetings. Now, every morning I was going to go to a meeting, and every evening there was a real good reason not to. But I'll go tomorrow. And this went on for like 2 weeks. And I realized, and it almost happened, I was catching up to the drink with my name on it. And if I catch up to it, I'll drink it. If I stop going to meetings now, I don't know how long it would be. You know, some years ago, I was living in Birmingham, Alabama, and I was flying a lot. I was an officer with a corporation, and I was flying all over the country and doing stuff. And they make you fly first class, and you know, and in case somebody asks you for your business card, like that matters. I was living in Birmingham, and the Birmingham Stallions were playing, and a very famous sports announcer, who I won't mention by name, but he drank like I used to, and he was sitting across from me, and a very famous wide receiver from Pittsburgh, former wide receiver from Pittsburgh Steelers, was there too, and he hadn't drank much. He's just sort of a party guy. He's jumping around, everybody's drinking but me. And finally this guy reaches over, the announcer reaches over and said, "Buddy, you're the only guy here who's not drinking." And I said, "I know." And the flight attendant said, "Sir, you better have a drink." Well, she called me Mr. Lewis, because I flew in and out of there so much I knew everybody. She said, "Mr. Lewis, you better have a drink. They won't leave you alone." And I said, "Well, how much do you have there?" And she said, "Well, I got this whole cart." I said, "One cart?" And she caught on. She said, you know, her eyes got real big, you know. And I took a look at myself. You know, I was hungry. I was getting angry. I was awfully lonely. And I was whipped. I've been traveling for 2 weeks, you know, on and off airplanes, 2 weeks. I had all 4 of them. And what that meant was I was catching up to the drink with my name on it. You know, so I got up and I went into coach, and there was a young fellow sitting in the first seat, and I said to him, I said, "Buddy, I'm trying to get some rest." I said, "Would you change seats with me so I could get some rest?" He said, and he told me who the receiver was. I said, "Yeah, I know." He said, yeah, and he ran up there, you know, and he's all excited, and we changed seats. And so I sat there, and I'm just about to drift off. I said a chaplet, or a deck of the rosary, and I was just about to drift off, and the guy shaking my arm. I said, "What?" He said, "Can I drink your alcohol?" I said, "By all means." So he drank the one with my name on, but there's another one out there, see. And if I ever catch up to it, I'll drink it, because, you see, I'm powerless over alcohol. And I never want to forget that. I never want to forget that I am powerless over alcohol. And if I don't keep doing what I'm doing, I'll drink. And it's not because I don't know. I do know. But knowledge never kept anybody from drinking. Now, you know, we aren't anti-intellectual in Alcoholics Anonymous, but we really are pro-action. And so the great lesson for me in the first step is that I got it, and I'll always have it. And that's what concerns me, when they confuse this with other things that we get addicted to, like cigarettes or something like that. I haven't had a cigarette in 27 years. You know, I don't run the risk of running out and buying a pack of cigarettes unknown to myself. You know, smoking's a bad habit for me, okay? The further away I get from a bad habit, the less apt I am to take part in it again. Alcoholism isn't like that, okay? Because I'm every bit as powerless over a drink today as I was 30 years ago. And that's the difference between a bad habit and this thing we call alcoholism. And that's what the first step tells me. That's what it tells me. And the second step tells me that you can do for me, and God can do for me what I can't do for myself. And you know, I came to Alcoholics Anonymous having violated virtually every principle associated with the way of life I wanted to live. And I couldn't face that. So I was really angry with God. And what I wanted to do was to deny that he existed. And so I came to Alcoholics Anonymous, and I was one of those people who were religiously anti-religious. I don't know if you've ever run into them. But my religion was to keep you from talking about God. And I would just sit around waiting to be offended. And you don't have to wait long in Alcoholics Anonymous to be offended. And what everybody do, of course, would laugh. But, people talked a lot about God. They seem to talk a lot more about God then than they do now. And it would just make me crazy. But at the same time, I really envied what they had. And I said to my buddy Mike one day, I said, this God stuff. And he said, yeah, what about it? I said, what God are they talking about? And he said, well, it's the loving God of the second tradition. And I said, really? He said, yeah. He said, it's the loving God of the second tradition. He says, he expresses himself when we're together. And I couldn't deny that. I knew something did. I studied overseas, and I first year I was sober, I went to 500 meetings. Second year I was sober, I went to 500 meetings. And I just went to meetings because something happened in the room. And when I looked at it, logically, the best moment of my day was the moment after the Lord's Prayer, after the meeting. And what I learned was the power to infuse some sanity, the power to calm me, the power to have me experience a little bit of peace had to do with being with you. When I was with you, I experienced the loving God of the second tradition. Now that doesn't require a lot of theology. It just requires some observation and some honesty. I had to admit that I needed you. And for me, it was the most difficult admission there was. It was even more difficult than admitting that I was powerless over alcohol. Because a guy who would drink when he thinks drinking will kill his little girl doesn't have a hard time realizing he's powerless over alcohol. The problem for me, this is my own personal belief, I believe that the major symptom of alcoholism isn't being drunk. I think the major symptom is being isolated. I look back, I've been isolated my entire life. I was a kid who had secrets from the time he could remember and knew he couldn't tell anybody. I had something lived under my bed when I was a little kid. I knew what it was there for. It was waiting for me to dangle my little legs over the side of the bed, and I was history, and I knew that. But I also knew I couldn't tell anybody about it. I knew it had to be a secret. So I was a guy who kept secrets his whole life, who was isolated his whole life. And a miracle happened for me the day I joined the Marine Corps in Pittsburgh, July of 1961. 5 feet 1 inches tall, I weigh 113 pounds, an absolute born killer. So I go and join the Marine Corps. And I was terrified. And I'm 60 miles from home. It's the second longest trip I'd ever been on. And there were 3 guys who had joined from Pittsburgh. And they said, hey, kid, we're going to go. We had to wait about 12 hours for the train to leave. And they said, hey, kid, we're going to go have a sandwich and a beer. You want to go? I said, yeah, me too. And, the way I dealt with life was I never knew what to do in life. So I dealt with life by watching you closely. And I'd watch what you did. And I did it so quickly it looked like we were doing it together. That's how I dealt with life. And so I did what other people did and acted like it was my idea. And we went to that bar, and they ordered a beer, so I did too. Years later, a psychologist was to say to me, why'd you drink in the first place? And I knew it must be very important, And so I bought a fifth and went down by the stream and thought about it and drank. But I knew that why I drank in the first place must be very important, because if I could figure that out, I wouldn't have to drink as much, And then now what I know is it doesn't matter why I drank. What matters is what happened to me when I drank. What happened to me when I drank was much better than what happened to them. And somewhere between the second and third drink, I'd become a leader. I was ordering first. I was going around the bar explaining life to people. I tell them about God, about women. I tell them all about the Marine Corps. The only thing I knew about the Marine Corps was they took a certain number of guys to South Carolina and drowned them in a swamp. It's the only thing I knew. And so what I did was I was a guy who just guessed at life. And that was my deal, was to guess at life. And so I like to remember the second day that I drank in the morning because I could. And, we were in Pittsburgh. We were in Washington, D.C. The train stopped. I was 300 miles from home, which is 3 times as far as I'd ever been. And I got off the train. Terrible thing had happened. The Marine Corps provided me with a Pullman coach to travel in, and I didn't know what you did in a Pullman coach, so I woke up the next morning on the floor, because I don't remember getting on a train, actually, and someone had wet the floor I was lying on, and whoever it was had wet me too, and I got up and changed clothes and got off the train, and the guys are standing on the platform. They said, "What took you so long?" And I didn't share with them, and they said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to find something to drink." So early the next morning I began drinking, and that night I fell off the train in a place called Yamasee, South Carolina. If you hadn't been there, I wouldn't bother. But it was a very rude man they'd sent to greet us, and he was screaming at myself and the other young men who went down there to die for their country. And I got up and I brushed myself off, and I explained to this cretin that he'd get along with us a lot better if he treated us with some respect, and he never seemed to grasp what it was. Very limited man. I think he was screaming too much, and they said, "You can learn from every experience," and what I learned from that experience is you can do a lot of push-ups drunk. That's what I learned from that experience. You can throw up and do push-ups at the same time. And but the next day they took us to Parris Island, and I absolutely fell in love with the Marine Corps from the first day. And I often wondered why, aside from insanity, And I'm convinced that now I know why. And I have the same thing in Alcoholics Anonymous I had on Parris Island, I was a guy who guessed at life. I couldn't ask, so I guessed. And the Marine Corps has a very clear idea what it is they want you to do, and they're not a bit shy about sharing it with you. And what I've discovered is that I'm a guy who does stuff he's told to do. And I'm very comforted when I'm given instructions and direction. The Marine Corps gave me instruction and direction. I won Dress Blues Award, Outstanding Man's Award out on Parris Island. Every promotion I ever got was a meritorious promotion. I was the youngest NCO in the Marine Corps one time. I was offered a commission, and had I not led a patrol in combat in a blackout, I probably would have accepted the thing, but I turned it down and took my discharge and got out because I scared myself out. And it wasn't until I got to Alcoholics Anonymous that I had the same experience. If you're in AA and you have a good home group and a good sponsor, they know exactly what it is they want you to do, and they're not a bit shy about sharing it with you. And if you're lucky, you'll fall in love with the idea of being under authority. And that's what the second step, in effect, says, that I trust your judgment of my life more than I trust mine. That, in effect, is what it says. You wouldn't do to me what I do to me. My sponsor said to me one time, I'm still living down I actually had to live in that place on Skid Row for 2.5 years till I got my finances and all my amends paid off and everything. But he said to me one time, he said, "I want you to sit down and think of who would treat you as bad as you do." And even my ex-wife and her lawyer would eventually get tired of it and move on, So, if other people did to me what I did to me, I'd have killed them, And yet I'm trusting me to make judgments about my life. I'm the one idiot who can't be trusted to make judgments about my life. And I tell guys this in the halfway house, and I believe this from the bottom of my heart. I said, if 5 or 6 of us sit down and I explain to you something that's going on in my life and I need some advice, I would trust your advice for me before I trust my advice for me. Because as a group, there's a power that works for us. Now they wouldn't give themselves the advice they'd give me, but they would give me the best advice. And I believe that. I sincerely believe that. And that's the second step. And all I have to do is make a decision to turn my will and life over to that. You know what normally happens in AA, though? When we get close to that point where we are going to turn our will and our lives over to something like that, it's so frightening that we usually do something like get in a relationship. And in that way we can isolate, the two of us can isolate, Or my buddy Mike Way describes it better than anybody I've ever heard it described. He said, Needy Joe meets Needy Jane in Alcoholics Anonymous, And he said it's like 2 ticks and no dog. pretty soon they'll suck each other dry and they both get drunk, or one of them gets drunk or something like that. But this drive, I'm convinced, and I've worked with a lot of new guys in the fellowship, and this drive to have a relationship seems to happen when the self-sufficiency and the self-will and the self-centeredness begins to break down as a result of being in the presence of magnificent people like you. The spiritual life draws us out of self. I was sober about 7 years. There's a wonderful man who's a professor, he's a Jesuit priest and a professor of psychology at Loyola University in Chicago. His name's John Powell, and he's written a number of books. And I had a great pleasure of working with him some. And I remember saying to him, we were down in New Orleans, we did some work, and then we stayed for the International in 1980. And I was sober, I guess, about 7 years in, and I said, John, every once in a while I get like this, I say, what's this spiritual stuff all about? I don't understand. What's this spiritual stuff all about? And he said, Keith, it's very simple. He said, only three things that happen, and John's not in AA, but he loves Alcoholics Anonymous. He said, three things happen, and he said, AA is the perfect place for it to happen. He said, the first thing is we discover who we are. And he said, the first 5 steps, you discover who you are. Now, since then, I've added who you aren't. My buddy Bob Brown, who's now dead, used to say, I'm not the man I used to be, and I never was. So we discover who I am and who I'm not. Step 6, 7, 8, and 9. I fully, which is much more difficult, I fully accept who I am. In steps 10, 11, and 12, I forget who I am. That's the spiritual life. That's what maturing is all about. It's not worrying about my needs. My need is to serve. That's my need. If I want to get well and stay well. Okay? So John was right. It's to discover who I am, to accept who I am, then I'm able to forget who I am. You ever seen religious people who drive you crazy? They're giving you tracts and they're doing this and they're doing that. Those aren't people who have discovered who they are and accepted who they are and forgotten who they are. It's one thing trying to ram something down somebody's throat. It's something else entirely when someone lives their life in such a beautiful fashion and you just want to be like them. There are so many men and women in Alcoholics Anonymous that I want to be like when I grow up. Those are the giants. I want to be just like them. I want to be like my sponsor. I want to be like Sandy. I want to be like Lib S. Lib got sober in Baltimore a short 58 years ago. And I'll do a book study, and Lib will sit on the front row and shake her head. Now, I was 2 years old when Lib had her last drink, and she's sitting on her front row listening to me. And she always says to me, you're so beautiful, you're so spiritual, I get so much out of what you say. That's who I want to be like when I grow up. To this day, when her girls come over every Monday night and she fixes them dinner and they study the book. 58 years, continuous sobriety in this program. That's what I want to be like when I grow up. And that's what the second step is. And the third step is simply a decision to get involved in that. It's a very, very simple thing. Now, we formalize it with a prayer, of course. The prayer's we know the prayer's on page 73. We all know it, okay? I do something, it's sort of weird, but I collect third step prayers. Now, the book says something like this. It doesn't say we have to pray those words, okay? Although I did, because I want to do it the way they do it. But since then, as I recommit to the third step, which is a process I like to do constantly, I collect prayers that say it better for me, or say it the way I feel now. Let me tell you, this is the one I have, and I always tape them on the front of my big book, okay? And because I look at it every morning, okay? And this is the one, it's called For Doing God's Will. Loving God, I cannot live without you. Help me to think and act rightly, that I may always live as you would have me live. Teach me to recognize your holy will, to search it out, and then to follow it with all my mind, heart, body, and soul. If I should stray from the path you have for me, direct me back. Loving God, and show me the way. Give me your grace daily, that each day I may start anew to respond to you. Help me to recognize your hand in daily events and in the people you have given me to love and to sustain me. Holy God, mighty God, may I live as you would have me live this day and always. Amen. Now, you know, a year or 2 or 3 from now will probably be a different prayer there, because I'll find something else that better describes what I want in my relationship with God. It'll better describe how I want to turn more and more aspects of my life over to God. Because if I stand still, my buddy Mike W. says it well, that the spiritual life, the sober life, is an uphill journey. And if you stand still, you go backwards. So I'm always seeking deeper and deeper relationship with the God of my understanding. And I no longer care what he'll make me stop doing. You know, for a long time it was, he doesn't want me to, he won't let me do this, and he won't let me do that, you know. And it had to do with getting ahead, or, you know, having sex, or, you know, expressing myself, or something like that, and being noticed, and all that stuff, you know. I mean, all the things that drove me: sex, society, and security. And the third step assures me. You know, when I did my third step, something happened to me. The first one I did, something happened to me. I became very willing to do the fourth. Now, I was willing to think about the fourth, and I was willing to discuss the fourth, and I was willing to talk about the philosophical concept concerned with doing the fourth, you know. And I was willing to hypothesize and do all kinds of things. I wasn't willing to pick up a pencil, you know. And the other thing, and this wasn't easy for me to admit to anybody, but the way they did it in those columns confused me. It really confused me. I didn't get it, you know. And I look at it, I try, and I just didn't get it. And so I said to Sandy, I said, and it tore my heart out to say this, because I wanted Sandy to think I was smart. Because would you want to sponsor somebody who was dumb? And I couldn't stand the thought that maybe he wouldn't want to sponsor me. And because, you know, one more rejection, you know how it is for a drunk, one more rejection and you fall off the edge of the earth. And, you know, just one more is all it takes. And I remember when it was time for me to date, okay, my divorce was final and everything, and Dan said to me, he said, it's time for you to start to date. And he said, is there any woman you're interested in? I said, well, there's a girl at the hospital I thought was kind of cute. The truth was I was stalking her. That's a bad word, but the guys know what I mean. You know, the way you stalk a woman is you look at her and see how she looks at you. Then you see how she looks at other men. You know, the computer's going constantly, you know. And so he told me, he said, I want you to ask her out. I said, well, I'm not sure I want to ask her out. He said, no, I want you to ask her out. Next time you see her, I want you to ask her out. And so, like the fourth time that I saw her, was up on OBGYN. I don't know if that's Freudian or not, but I said to her, hi. I thought that was clever. And I said to her, are you busy Saturday night? And I was 15 years old again. And the fear swept over me. And I said, oh, you probably are, and even if you weren't, you wouldn't want to go out with me anyway. And I turned around and walked away. And, yeah, this is a 31-year-old guy. And I stopped and I turned around and looked at her, and her mouth's hanging open. And I said, perhaps I could start again. She said, please. And so I said, you're probably dating somebody else, or, you know. And what I was doing was I was giving her every opportunity to say no to me without rejecting me. And so finally she said yes. And so we went out, and we went going to take her to the theater. And I always recommend to guys I sponsor the first date. The theater's a nice place. You don't have to talk much. You watch. And you know, and then you can talk about the play when it's over or something. And you know, and it's real safe. And so we're going to go to the theater. Before we went to the theater, we went to get a bite to eat, and she ordered a glass of wine, and she ordered another glass of wine, and then she ordered another glass of wine, and then she ordered another glass of wine, and I said to her, I said, we better go, we'll miss Kurt. And she said, get off my ass. And so I went and called my sponsor. I don't know how to handle one like this, and Dan said, it's very simple, Keith. He said, I think you've picked an alcoholic. I said, really? He said, yeah. He said, look, he said, pay the bill. He said, give her cab fare, then come and pick me up. And And I said, we going to go for coffee? He said, no. He said, we're going to the theater. I've been wanting to see that play for a long time. So the fears that I had in the fourth step, and I like to talk about that. You know, I couldn't do those columns. I just couldn't. It just didn't make sense to me. And Sandy may have saved my life, because he said to me, he said, you know, Keith, he said, there are a lot of ways to do these things. And he said, people who get drunk don't get drunk from not doing them exactly the way this says. They get drunk from not doing them. And so he said to me, he said, he got a yellow pad. He gave me a yellow pad, and he gave me 2 number 2 pencils. And he said, it's a spiritual axiom that it's impossible to lie to yourself with a yellow pad and a number 2 pencil. I said to him, I said, Sandy, lawyers use yellow pads and number 2 pencils. He said, I said to yourself. And so then at the top of the page he wrote fear. He said, I want you to list all your fears. I said, I don't have any fears. I'm not afraid of anything. He said, well, you know, Keith, we were running, and he said, remember that dog ran down the driveway and you pushed me in front of the dog? Which I had done, and he said, I have the sense you might be afraid of dogs. I said, well, big dogs, I'm afraid of big dogs. So he said, well, write down big dogs. So I wrote down big dogs. I thought for a minute, I said, you know, I'm not wild about little dogs. He said, well, write down little dogs. And it was like the lid came off, you know, and out came all this stuff and everything. And so I'm listing all these fears. And what I discovered that was fascinating about this whole business of fear is that it wasn't just that I had fears. My problem was I had fears that were in conflict with one another. Now, I was a guy who was afraid of failure. You know, I grew up in poverty, boy, and you talk about poverty is no fun, you know. And I was terrified of failure. The problem was I also had fear of success. I was a guy who would start getting ahead, and I'd change jobs. You know what's going to happen if you're successful? They're going to expect more out of you. That's the way they are. You know, I was a guy who was afraid to be alone, and I was terrified of intimacy. So the women in my life went crazy because they got these messages. I love you. It's none of your business. You know, of course I love you. Stay away from me. You know. So what would happen is, you know, I would desperately need to be close, and then the fear of intimacy would take over, and then I'd push them away. And that was the story of my life. And when, you know, if people around you are going crazy, take a look at that, because that's frequently the double messages. And it went on and on. I mean, I could go on and on. I won't, but there are so many things that I had fear and conflict with one another. I remember I was pretty newly sober, and many of you probably heard of the Foxhall group in Washington. It was a wonderful group. It met at St. Patrick's Church, but I didn't like it. I'd never been to it, but I didn't like it because I heard they were all rich. And Dan called me up one night. He said, I want you to go meet me at Foxhall group tonight. He said, because he said they have 2 wonderful speakers, happen to be Hal Morley and Sandy Beach, but, you know, and I didn't know them, but he said, meet me there. I said, I don't go to that meeting. And he said, why? I said, there's a bunch of rich snobs. He said, you ever been there? I said, no. And he said, well, how do you know the rich snobs? I said, I heard all about it. I said, they drink coffee out of cups, and they don't, you know, they eat out of cups and saucers. And he said, well, yeah. He said, they, you know, don't want to put the styrofoam in the trash. He said, but that's none of your business. That's their business. It's their meeting. And I said, I hear they have those little sandwiches with no crust on them. And he said, well, he said, you know, for them it's a social event. And he said, the ladies make things, and that's nice. But what do you care? Just be there, you know. And we had an agreement. If I didn't drink and I did what he said, he wouldn't break my knee. That was the agreement. And whenever I tell him I wasn't grateful for anything, he used to say, well, you have 2 perfectly good knees. And so I showed up, and I wore the rattiest clothes I could wear, and I took my own styrofoam cup. And he just looked at me and shook his head, you know. And so we're going through the line, you know, and there was a man there, Roland was his name, and he was a wonderful guy. We became great friends for us all over. He was a professor of romantic poetry at Georgetown University, and I eventually took a course from him. He was a marvelous man. And he had a handlebar mustache. And a lot of men back then had mustaches. It was that time, you know. But Roland was unique in that he had handlebar eyebrows, too. They weren't like that, too. And he said to me, "How do you like our meeting?" He was back, you know, he was doing service work behind the thing. And I said, "The Swedish meatballs suck." And my sponsor hit me in the back of the head and said, "Get through the line." So we went through the line. And I was such a wreck. I was such a wreck that I didn't hear anything that was said. And when it was over, it was at St. Patrick's Church. It's no longer there. It was on the corner of Reservoir Road and Foxhall Road. And we went out in the garden, and I was a wreck. And he said to me, it was very funny. He put it right to me. He said, "Keith, do you want to be poor the rest of your life?" I said, "Of course not." And he said, "How old were you when you went to work?" I said, "I was 12 years old." And he said, "You've had at least one job your whole life, haven't you?" I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Why don't you have anything?" I said, "Well, he said, no. He said, "If she has anything, she didn't get it from you." And he pointed out to me what my fear of rich people and my fear of success did to me. I would start to get ahead. I would start to save money, and then I would be like them. Now, nobody ever told me that successful and wealthy people were bad people. I concluded that all on my own. My thought was they got it by stepping on the necks of other people. You know, if I could have agreed with Marx, I'd have been a communist probably. But I just, even drunk, I couldn't buy that trash. But if there are any communists in the audience, I apologize. But you know, and then he went on to point out to me, and he said, "You know, you want to be poor the rest of your life?" I said, "Of course not." And he said, "Then you've got to change. You've got to find out what this fear is, and you've got to change." And you know, I feared poverty, and I feared wealth. So I would save money to feel secure, then blow it so I wouldn't be bad. When you say it out loud, it sounds crazy, but inside it makes perfect sense. You know, and so my fourth step, when I looked at the fears, was precisely that. It was the realization that my fears conflicted with one another and caused tremendous turmoil in my life and in the lives of others. You know, a double-minded man lives a crazy life, but the people around him live crazy lives too. You know, and so the people around me suffered greatly as I was being driven to and fro, tossed to and fro by these fears in my life. And you know, the book tells me that if I face these fears and share them with another, they fall from me. And then we talked about, the next thing we talked about was, he wrote anger, and then in parentheses he put resentment. Now that was easy. I was angry at everything and everyone, and at the very top of the list was God. I was really angry with God. And the church, and the nuns. You know, the nuns have been blamed for more stuff than the Nazis. If you listen to you know, I tell you, when I went to make amends to my brother Denny, you know, he's up in New Jersey, and we're making our amends and this and that, and then somehow we got on the nuns. I said, "Yeah, remember the nuns used to beat our knuckles with the roller?" And it had to be worse for me. So I said, "You know, they used the centimeter sight on my knuckles." And he said, "I remember that happening a couple times." He said, "But most of all," he said, "I remember women who dedicated their whole lives to teaching little kids like us." I said, "Well, that's one way to look at it." And and so this whole business I had, this anger I had, which was really fear. You know, it was comfortable for me to express it in anger and rage or whatever it might be. But the reality was what I was a very, very, very fearful young man. And fear dictated the terms of my life. You know, we don't have opinion on outside issues in Alcoholics Anonymous. But I was asked one time to come and do a talk for anger management group. And I just told him, I said, if you want to get over this, rename it, call it a fear management group. Because that's what the problem is here. The problem is fear. Anger is just a way that we I felt that I could control anger. I knew I couldn't control fear. You know, when I was in combat, the guys would say, you know, Keith, when the shooting starts, you really get mad. What I was terrified when the shooting started. And I didn't want to be shot in the back, so I couldn't express my fear. You know? So, and so I think fear is such a powerful motivator. I really do. Now, resentment, of course, is from a Latin word which means to re-feel. And so everything I re-feel is a resentment. Okay? Rejection is a resentment. When someone would come up to me on the street who was begging, it reminded me of my own poverty as a kid. And I would be angry with that person. I would resent them for asking me for a quarter or something like that. And so what I perceived to be, I perceived myself to be an angry man. In reality, what I was a fear-driven human being. But the resentment part is crucial, and the book even says that nothing will, drive us back to drinking more, because what resentment does is we relive it. We relive it. I remember my sweetheart Joanne wrote me a Dear John. I was aboard a troop transport ship in the middle of the Mediterranean, and I got a Dear John. Now, if you were a kid and you were in the service and you didn't get a Dear John, it meant you didn't have a girlfriend when you left. And because everybody got a Dear John, and everybody did exactly the same thing. They got drunk and they swore off women, and then a couple days later they reconsidered their position. Okay? I got drunk, I swore off women, and then I got drunk and I swore, and then I got drunk and I got drunk. And 10 years later I'm married to a different woman. We have a couple children, and I'm sitting at the bar, and I'm making little circles with the glass, and I thought about her. And then I sort of pictured myself in a place that looked like Rick's place. I had a dinner jacket on. I looked a little like Bogey. And some guy's playing the piano, and I think his name was Sam, I'm not sure, but I look across the room, and there she is, Joanne. And she was a ballerina, so she always had great legs, but she had her breasts were larger than I remember, but it is my fantasy. And our eyes would meet, and she would know what a mistake she made. She'd come over and ask me if I could ever forgive her, and I had about 10 different endings to this thing. Okay. That's what a resentment is, okay? It's reliving that horrible stuff over and over and over again. That's what a resentment is, And that's just one. I had dozens. And that's why the next rejection had such power. Because I refelt not that rejection. I refelt every rejection I ever had. I could walk down the street and 9 people would look at me and smile. And one person might have gas pains or something like that. And they wouldn't smile, and I'd be crushed, because I refelt every rejection I ever experienced in my life. And that's the danger of resentments. The event itself doesn't particularly carry a lot of power, but the fact that it's hooked to 1,000 other events exactly like it, and I could never get over any of them. I sponsored a guy who was in prison for many, many years. And in this business, there are a lot of rules around it. I don't know where they came from, but like the guys I sponsor, I have everyone in my cell phone, okay? And I'll be driving down the street, and maybe a name will come into my head, and I call them. And I know you're not supposed to call. They're supposed to call you. I don't, I never saw that book, but it's somewhere around here. And and I call this guy. His name came into my head, and I called him. And I said, how's it going? And he was crying. Here's a guy many years in prison. Here's a guy who didn't cry. And I said, what's the matter? And he said, my cat was killed. And I knew what was going on. I immediately went to his house. What was going on was the resentment. The guy originally went to the penitentiary because he flipped a car over and killed his mother and his fiancée 30 years before that. But he was over it. He wasn't over it. When that cat died, it all came back. Every loss he ever had, all those years of his dignity and everything that was lost, all was right there, all wrapped up in one little cat. It was my great privilege to go to that guy's house and hold him while I wept and wept and talked and talked and wept and talked until it was over. Now I could congratulate him for dealing with the resentment. And he understood finally that it wasn't over, that this is a process. Loss is a process. The loss of my dignity. Why did I demand that people respect me? Because I had lost my dignity. Because I hated myself. And you had to treat me better than average so I'd feel equal. And that's all hooked up with resentment. And then, of course, the third thing we look at is sex. And what Sandy did was he left the rest of the tablet for sex. And I said, well, what's right, what's wrong? He said, go back as far as your mind can carry you. Write down everything that was embarrassing. Write down everything, and on and on. And you know how the embarrassment and that sort of thing fit in with the resentments, Again, my mother, I remember one time, she would wear these dresses that she would have to sew back together and sew back together. I remember once it was torn, and a friend of mine said, look, and we were maybe 9, 10 years old, and part of my mother's breast was showing. Now, everybody's breasts are showing, but back then it was, there was a lot of modesty, and I was humiliated, and I was in a rage at my mother because she wore this torn dress, and she embarrassed me in front of my friend. I was in a rage with my friend because he looked at my mother, part of my mother's breast. And now that sounds silly, but it's not silly. I was 4 years old. My sister Patty would play all these. You had a sister a couple years older. That's worse than having a plague. And because older sisters really do pick on you a lot. And she put a dress on me one time, and I think I liked it. And so I knew that I'm a repressed transvestite. And it's crazy as it sounds, but it's all real. All that stuff is real. And so I wrote all that stuff down, stuff I never told anybody. I was homosexually raped. The time I was drunk, I was a young kid, drunk. Nobody ever knew that, so I wrote it down. And on and on and on. And all that stuff affected me. All affected me. And it wasn't until I was told to write down everything that all that came out. See, before I tell anybody anything, I had to know that it made sense. I had to see how it all fit together and all the rest of it. And if it makes sense and you haven't finished the steps, it's wrong. It's wrong. That's why we just put it all out there. And then later on, with what we call our retrospectoscope, we look back, and that's when life makes sense. It makes sense when we look back, after it's all been shared. But most of all, what I found in my sex inventory was that what I was selfish, what I was fearful, and what I was angry. But most of all, I was fearful. If any woman could have anybody else, they would have them other than me. And I look back through my life, and that was a self-fulfilling prophecy. I believed that so firmly that I would drive people out of my life to prove I was right. And all that came out in the sex inventory. Now, what I had to clean up, of course, was the selfish part. The people I'd hurt and that sort of thing. And, of course, that's the trickiest part when we get to the 8th and 9th step, because, that part's tricky because it often involves other people, and we have to be very, very careful. We'll talk about that this afternoon when we get to it. But the 4th step, the thorough moral inventory. Now, what makes it moral? What makes it moral is the profound effect it had on my value system. How my value system had to change. I had to become a situational Thesian, in order to explain what had happened to me and why I became what I became. I had to throw out the ruler that I grew up with. I had to take that fine line my friend Mike talks about, and above is right and below is wrong, and I had to make it a huge, murky mess so that anything I did could be explained away. And I had a good reason for doing it, and you would have done it too in exactly the same situation. That's what I had to do. So I had to take a phenomenal system that my parents had given me. These people who made me grow up in poverty. Every day I let her, my mother would hug me and kiss me and tell me she loved me. My mother would drop anything she was doing if a kid needed to talk. I don't care if it was her kid or any kid needed to talk. The kids, if somebody's dad was drunk and they were terrorizing the house, the kids would show up at our house. And Mom would make somebody move over and make room for them in bed, and then she'd wash their clothes so they had clean clothes in the morning. My mother went to a different bedroom, went to every bedroom every night and read a story or a poem. When I was 5 years old, I knew Gangadine by heart. Mom would, my favorite, I used to like to hear Thomas Lowell's Vision of Sir Longfellow, because she would get to that part where it says, not what we give, but what we share, the gift without the giver is bare, and she would cry. We always loved to watch Mom cry. It said, to sum up about sex, we earnestly pray for the right ideal, for guidance in each questionable situation, for sanity and for the strength to do the right thing. If sex is very troublesome, we throw ourselves the harder into working with others. We think of their needs and work for them. This takes us out of ourselves. It quiets the imperious urge when to yield would mean heartache. I sponsored a fellow one time, and he had a problem I never had. He was a really good-looking guy, and women loved him. And he'd call me sometimes in tears, and he'd say, I did it again. I went to a meeting, and I met this woman, and go on and on. And I said to him, I said, did you ask God for help? He said, yes. And I said, before or after you unhooked her bra? And he said, after. I said, it's too late. Wanted to correct something I said earlier, too. It's in the 5th chapter and how it works, page 60, 61, 62, and 63, when it talks so much about self, okay? And it's really, I go through and underline how many times it says self. And if you read this and don't come away with the notion that self's the problem, then you're trying not to see, okay? I was, the 5th step, and it was interesting. After I had done this 4-step work with Sandy's help, he said to me, I don't want you to do your 5th step with me. He said, we'll pray about who you're supposed to do it with. And I said, why? You're my sponsor. And he said, well, I have a reason. He said, I'll tell you about it sometime. And so we prayed about it, and there's a man named Ed C., who now lives in San Antonio. And so I asked Ed if he would hear it. And he said, yes. He said, I'd be very glad to. And he said, now I want you to do exactly the way it says in the book. Now, I was down in San Antonio a couple years ago at a conference that Ed had invited me down to speak at. And I told the story, and he said to me, he said, I remember telling you to do that. He said, I've never told anybody before or since to do that. He said, I wonder why I had you do it. And I don't know why, but I'll tell you, I'm grateful he did, because it had a profound effect on me. And it's one of those deals where the hand of God, I think, is involved in matters of men. And what Ed had me do was, he said, do exactly what the book says. He said, when I'd finished my 4th step, he said, okay, he said, I want you to go to a place you experience God, and I want you to take this 5th step with God. I said, well, look, I said, God was there when I did it. He was there when I wrote it. He'll be there when I tell you. If he wants to listen, that's his business. He said, no. He said, go to where you experience God and tell him. He said, because the book says we admit it to God, to ourselves, and to another human being, the exact nature of our wrongs. And so I put on a 3-piece suit, and I went back to that chapel where I'd begged for my daughter's life some 5 or 6 years before, and went in and you know how we have to pave the way, and I said, remember me? I'm the guy who used to go and serve Mass when it was snowing and nobody else wanted to do it. You have to, set it up, and what I did for the very first time is I dealt with God instead of about God. All of my training, my theology, at the time it's a theologian. When I finished studying in France, I went and lived in a monastery in Rome for a little while and all that. But it was all about dealing about God. It was never dealing with God. For the very first time, I sat down and to my knowledge told him exactly who and what I was. And I left there a changed human being. And then I did as is instructed. I went home and I sat in front of a full-length mirror, the kind you practice your golf swing in front of. And I told myself precisely who and what I was. I always thought I was afraid of people. The reality was I was afraid of God and I was afraid of me. And after I had done that, I would have told anybody. I would have told a bus driver. And Ed happened to be down the beach. I think he was seeking balance, but he would never admit that. And I went down to see him. I chased him down at Ocean City, and that night he heard my fifth step. And I'll tell you, the feedback was incredible and very, very helpful. But emotionally, it was almost anticlimactic. The big thing for me was God. That was the big thing for me. And, as Sandy used to say, the God. I was into a God. And his first initials were K. But he was talking about the God, the one that had been looking for me. And when I did all that theology and all that stuff, it was a lot like W.C. Fields. W.C. Fields was a very famous atheist. And when he was dying in a hospital in Philadelphia, someone caught him reading the Bible. He tried to hide it under the covers. And they said, have you changed your mind about God? He said, no, I was looking for loopholes. And that's sort of what I was doing. I thought if I could learn enough about God, if I ever bumped into him, I might know how to handle myself. And what this did was this had me deal with God. And if anyone had told me that, I would have thought they were silly. But it had a profound effect on me. And we always hear in the it's just one of those things. If I could, I'd change it, but I can't, so I won't. This business of people reading promises, during the meeting or after the meeting or something like that, and and it's somehow the implication is if you go to meetings, these things happen in your life. You'll know a new freedom, a new happiness. You won't regret the past and wish you shut the door on it, and all that stuff. So the assertion for the new person is that coming to meetings makes this happen. And so every night, this new person's comparing themselves to these promises. Well, that's the result of the ninth step. It says before we're halfway through the ninth step, we're going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. Whenever they say to me, would you read the promises? And I say, yeah, and I open the book to page 75 and make them crazy. Because this is a promise. Every step's had promises associated with them. My friend, Sister B, does a marvelous job. She does retreats on the promises for each of the steps. Marvelous job. But it says, we pocket our pride and go to it, illuminating every twist of character, every dark cranny of the past. Once we have taken this step, withholding nothing, we are delighted. 1, we can look the world in the eye. 2, we can be alone at perfect peace and ease. 3, our fears fall from us. 4, we begin to feel the nearness of our Creator. 5, we may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience. 6, the feeling the drink problem has disappeared will often come strongly. 7, we feel we're on a broad highway walking hand in hand with the Spirit of the universe. Those are powerful and profound promises. And I'm afraid if we started reading these, that somehow they'd have to break them up and make 12 out of them. Because they had to break up the promises on 83 and 84. There were really 11 if you count them. But they had to break it up to make it 12, because if it isn't 12, it can't be spiritual. If it isn't spiritual, it won't work. We can't underestimate the power of the fifth step, because what it really does is it opens the door to allow us to really become part of the human race. All the shame, all the things we hid from, all of that can be gone. But, there's a tremendous amount of fear in being part of the human race, too. And I think it's important, and the guys I work with, the guys I sponsor, I try to help them come to grips with the notion that the human race is a place where they'll do their best work. And I believe that part of the second step is that God has a plan with Keith's name on it. Keith's plan. Now, it's not a plan that fits everybody. It's not a vanilla envelope plan. It's Keith's plan. He knows what talents I have. He knows what, this and that. When I was a kid, I had a horrible speech impediment. Nobody could understand anything I said. And as a result of that, I was even more isolated. And they didn't have speech therapists and things like that. Well, they had them, they didn't have them in the Ohio Valley, I can promise you that. And so my speech therapy was, I had a nun who was very kind and loving and gentle. And she recommended that I go to the library, and I asked the librarian for records. They used to have these big red records, okay, and 78 RPM records. And they were speeches of famous people. And so I was to go and ask this woman to recommend someone who spoke real good English. And she thought Winston Churchill did a reasonable job. And so I took these 3 records home of the speeches of Winston Churchill. And I'd play them. I'd play a sentence and I'd pick up the arm and I'd repeat it. And then I'd play the sentence and I'd pick up the arm and I'd repeat it. And, after about a year, I was the only kid in the Ohio Valley with a British accent. But I had to learn how to talk. And to this day, I have to concentrate when I talk. So the fact that I'm ever asked to speak any place is a great mystery to me. And only God could put together a plan like that. Because I never wanted to talk. I never wanted to be heard. I never wanted to be seen. I was always horribly embarrassed. And remember the one time that I was asked if I somehow didn't equate singing with talking. And my mother told me I was a good singer. And I was in the 1st grade, and all the parents were there. And the nun said, "Is there anybody here who can sing?" And I put my hand up. And she said, "Would you sing us a song?" And so I belted out that old favorite, "I'm a ganned old fag, I'm a high-fine fag." And everybody laughed at me. My mother slid to the back of the group, and everybody laughed at me, so I gave up singing, too. And this nun directed me that way. And so it amazes me that only God could put a plan together that would involve my speaking. And, in college I won the speech contests and all that stuff. And I think part of it is, my wife always laughs at me. I'll listen to someone talk and I'll tell her where they're from, what state they're from. Because every state has its own distinct. And when you pay attention to how you talk, you pay attention to how other people talk. And that's really how I learn. When I get tired, I start to slur my words and all that because I have to concentrate on how I talk. And so what's amazing about that isn't that I talk. What's amazing about it is that would be part of God's plan for me. And it wouldn't be anything I would figure out. It certainly wouldn't be my plan because I was conditioned not to do that. And so that's what's marvelous about this whole deal, to find God's plan. And the second step says there's a plan with Richard's name on it. There's a plan with Cyrus's name on it. There's a plan with Julia's name on it. There's a plan with Chuck's name. There's a plan with everybody's name on it. Now, if I don't show up, God will get somebody else to do what has to be done. But if I show up, I get to work His plan. And I can't think of anything more thrilling than working God's plan. I mean, it's just, you think about it. I remember when this came out, and we'll talk about it a little bit more in the 8th step. But when I made up my 8-step list, one of the things I had to put on this list, because I discovered in my 5th step when we talked about anger and resentment, was I loathe religious people. I just loathe them. And so I had to put religious people on my 8-step list. And so Sandy said, well, go find a religious person and make amends. So I went down to a retreat center. I thought there might be 1 or 2 down there. And by this time I had taken my degree in theology, and I knew that one of the retreat masters was this young theologian who would understand the deep significance of this humble act I was about to perform. And I couldn't find him. I just couldn't find him. He wasn't there. I kept looking for him, and I kept going by this room, and there's an old man sitting in a rocking chair reading his breviary. And it suddenly occurred to me that maybe I'm supposed to talk to this guy. I knocked on the door, and I said, "Do you have a few moments, Father?" And he said, "Yeah," and his name was Jim. And I went in, and I sat in a rocking chair, and I said, and we rocked and talked, and I told him why I was there. I told him, I'm here to make amends to religious people because of the things I've called you hypocrite. And I went on, and I told him my story, and I told him what happened to me. And I was about halfway through, and he looked at me, and he put his breviary down, and he got up, and he pulled me out of the chair, and he put his arm around me, and he began to pat me, and he began to weep. And he said, "God sent you." I said, "Excuse me?" He said, "God sent you." He said, "I have an illness that will allow me to go home soon." And he said, "I was just asking the God of my understanding, where have I failed you? I've been a priest for 50 years. Where have I failed to do your work?" And he said, "It's occurred to me that too many times in my priesthood, I stayed with the 99 I was comfortable with. And I forgot that he told me to go after the one that was found, was lost." And he said, "I'm so sorry that you had to be out there all alone." And he cried, and I cried. And I was driving back. I had to pull off the road 2 or 3 times. I was overwhelmed with the thought that God would use someone like me, someone who was something like on the end of a stick in my own eyes. He would use me to minister to a man who had spent 50 years doing the best he could to serve him and people. That he would use me. And it came crashing home to me that there really is a plan with my name on it. And if I'll suit up, and if I'll show up, he'll use me. And my job is to not seek gain and to not seek recognition and that stuff, just to show up and to be used. You know, when Sandy first started sponsoring me, I was very good at this thing called evasion. And so I used to ask him questions, try to get him involved in philosophical discussions, and then we didn't have to talk about Keith and what Keith was doing or not doing. And so I said to him one time, I said, "Sandy," I said, "what do you think is the basic spiritual principle in the recovery program of Alcoholics Anonymous?" He had a way of raising one eyebrow, you know. He said, "Keith," he said, "I think the most basic principle is showing up." And he said, "A lot of times, even when you're here, you don't show up." And, you know, it was absolutely true. A lot of times, even when I was there, I didn't show up. And so, this business of having a plan and being part of something as big as God's plan just amazes me. Absolutely amazes me. And I often thought, if everybody in the world worked the plan, what a great place it would be to live in. You know, it really would. But what everybody else does is none of my business. You know, I have my plan in it. It's my plan to work this. I was able, you know, I called and asked, you know, I didn't know I was going to be in Arizona for 3 days, and I didn't know I was going to be getting in late and all this stuff. So I asked if a friend of mine could come and do this, and I was asked no. You know, and so that meant I'm supposed to be here. And so I brought my wide-awake chauffeur with me, and she'll get me back home safe. But I have to leave early tomorrow morning and go to Florida. But you know, this is part of the plan. And once I know it's part of the plan, I just suit up and show up, do the best I can. And you know, for a guy who lived in the basement of a house in Skid Row section of Washington, D.C., to be involved in a plan that God puts together is absolutely incredible. It never ceases to amaze me. I remember Sandy used to say to me when I'd be in a panic, he'd say, "It's really going to be interesting to see how God works this one out." You know? I remember one time my ex-wife, God bless her, if she had a bad love affair, she'd take me to court. And I don't want to say she was loose, but she took me to court a lot. And no, just kidding. And you know, if she was angry at a man, I was convenient. And so I remember, and one of the things about early sobriety for me was I never saw options and alternatives. I only saw one thing. And I think what sponsorship is offering alternatives. And And I called Sandy up and I said, I got to talk to you. This is very serious. And Sandy said, well, I'm driving to Baltimore. Why don't you ride up with me? So I took the day off and I rode up to Baltimore with Sandy and I told him this deal. I got this subpoena. I have to go back to court again and all this stuff. And he said, he said, well, what do you plan to do? I said, well, it's simple, Sandy. I'm leaving town. I said, I'm going to buy a camper and I'm going to travel around the country. And he said, well, that's all right. He said, but, it's awfully cold in North Dakota in the wintertime, the camper. I said, well, I wouldn't go to North Dakota, Sandy. I go to San Diego. He said, well, you can't go to San Diego. He said, that's the first place they look for you. He said, all alcoholics who run away go to San Diego. And he said, have you thought of an alternative? And I said, well, of course I have. I said, but, if she turns up dead, they'll think of me right away. He said, yeah. He said, you'd probably be the prime suspect. And, and that's the way it was with me. It was either or. Either you run away or you kill somebody. And he said, have you thought of any other? I said, well, I don't think there's another alternative. And he said, well, why don't you call her up and ask her what she wants? I said, what? He said, why don't you call her up? He said, clearly she's trying to deliver a message. Why don't you call her up and ask her what it is? And, I said, I never thought of that. And he said, well, why don't you try it? He said, what do you got to lose? So I called her up, and what she wanted was more money. And I said, why? And she told me. It made perfect sense. And I said, why didn't you just call me up and ask me? She said, I can't talk to you. And she was right. So I said, well, of course. I said, I'll send it. She said, okay, then we can stop this craziness and go into court. And so I went back, I told Sandy, I said, it worked, there's some more money and everything. I said, I really don't have any money, but I'll make it happen, I'll make it work. And like a month later, I got a raise, and after tax, it was almost to the penny, And so I went and told Sandy, it's a miracle, And he said, well, I'm glad. He said, I'm glad you're not in your camper. We'd have a hard time finding you to tell you that everything was all right, Now, steps 6 and 7 were easy steps for me to skip over. And Bill helped me. Because, in the big book, 6 and 7 comprise a paragraph. And it's almost like the logical man process. If you've ever studied philosophy, they have the argument called, what would the logical man do? Well, if I discovered that I had character defects that were killing me, the logical man would want to get rid of them. Of course. Except you're not dealing with a logical man. You're dealing with an alcoholic, okay? Now, if anybody defies logic throughout their life, it's an alcoholic, And what I thought was that once I knew what was wrong, I wouldn't do it anymore. See, that's what I understood. I understood alcoholism as a psychological process, not as a spiritual process. Okay? And I thought once I got my psyche straightened out, all my behavior would change. And one of the big deals I had in my 4th and 5th step was dishonesty, lying. Okay? I finished this thing down at Ocean City. I take a walk on a boardwalk, okay, just like the book says, for an hour. I considered the first 5 proposals. Had I left anything out, had I done all the rest of it. I bump into a guy from Washington I know. And he starts talking to me about why I'm there, right? And I'm lying to him, right? I just done the 6th and 7th step, right? I'm lying to him. And my head's saying, you're lying, and my mouth's saying, you stay out of this. We don't want to give up this skill. And I realized that knowing what's wrong has nothing to do with it. I'll continue to do it because I'm powerless to act any other way. Okay? I don't stop doing what's wrong because it makes sense. I stop doing what's wrong because somehow power enters into my life. And, we don't seek perfection, do we? We accept progress rather than perfection, but we seek perfection. The 6th step is very clear. And if you look at the difference between Bill's concept of the 6th and 7th step in the big book, and you go to the 12 and 12, and the first line in the 12 and 12 is, this is the step that separates the men from the boys. That's right out of Father Ed Dowling's thinking. And if you read the book and their exchange of letters, Bill's Father Ed says that. Father Ed Dowling was from St. Louis. I was out there recently. I got to speak at the International Men's Conference, and I wanted to make Mass, so my buddy of mine, Hal, ran me over to the cathedral, and right across the street from the cathedral is the AA clubhouse. And the building next to that was where Father Ed worked when he published the newspaper and all that stuff. And so every day after work, Father Ed would come over to the clubhouse and would sit and talk to the guys. So I went in and sat in all the seats, make sure I sat in Father Ed's seat. And a funny thing happened. A kid walked in, and you could tell he was new because he wasn't blinking, And so I grabbed him right away. There's nobody else in the club, and he was new in town, and his father was in AA, and he was in trouble, and he thought he'd better go to AA and this and that. And I said to him, look, there's a banquet. I said, you need a ticket. I said, here, take this ticket. And I told him where it was. I gave him the brochure with the address and everything. I told him where it was. I said, come and join us. Now, you promise you'll come? He said, yeah. I said, it'll be a good meal and everything, And I figured I was speaking. They'd let me eat even without a ticket. And the kid shows up, so he's sitting at the first table, And I had warned the guys that he might be coming. So, he had 10 sponsors right away. And from time to time, I hear from the guy to this day. But I think Father Ed directed me over there, and I think Father Ed might have directed him in there. I really believe things like that happen. I believe that it's all part of the plan if I make myself available to it. And it really is a step that separates the men from the boys. It's when we stop living theoretical sobriety and we start living the spiritual life. I want to do it perfectly, and of course I never will. And that's where the humility of the 7th step comes in, because I can humbly ask God to remove these defects of character. The beauty of the 5th step is it sets me up to fail. And by that I mean I know what's right and I know what's wrong. And I'd always use the excuse that the reason I do what's wrong instead of what's right is if I knew for sure what was right, I'd do it. No. I'm warped. Bill Wilson says, I'm warped and I'm twisted. That's what a spiritual illness is all about. It's all about being warped, and it's about being twisted. And all I could do with my life is explain for why I could do the wrong thing, and you couldn't. All I could do is rationalize my behavior. And the 6th step takes that away from me. The 5th step shows me myself in a mirror. And then the 6th step shows me that I can't change me. It's absolutely impossible for me to change me. I don't have the power to do it. I will always revert to form. You don't hear it much around anymore, but when I first came into AA, one of the expressions you always heard was the old man will drink again. And that's what the 6th step says. The 6th step says, I will resort to form. The old man will drink again. I can't change me. I can only suit up and show up and be available to be changed. And the way I do that is I humbly ask God to take these things out of my life, even the ones I enjoy. There's an old lady, it's a good friend of a friend of mine who's now gone. My friend Bob Brown passed away some years ago. Bob got sober at Biscayne Room in Atlanta. And there was a lady there who was so loved. She was a black lady, and she sat in this rocking chair. And she was so well loved that for years no one was allowed to sit in that rocking chair after she died. And they used to have meetings on gratitude. And everybody would talk, I'm grateful I got this job, I'm grateful I have this relationship, I'm grateful I have my children back. This lady used to say the same thing every time. She'd shake her head and say, you children don't know anything about gratitude. You're always grateful for the good things. She said, that isn't gratitude, that's common courtesy. She said, gratitude is when you're grateful for the bad things, because that's what we learn. That's how we learn who and what we are. And I think the 6th step and the 7th step are lessons in who and what I am. Whenever I start thinking too highly of myself and I fail miserably on the moral and spiritual plane, it reminds me of who I am. Who I am is a guy who's utterly dependent upon God for everything. everything. Okay? Self-sufficiency is a joke in a life like mine. I'm not self-sufficient. I have to be God-sufficient. Everything I do, think, am. My mere existence depends on it. I remember the nuns used to tell me when we were little kids, you know, you exist in the consciousness of God, and if for a moment you weren't in the consciousness of God, you'd cease to exist. And I used to think, that's a tough way to live. You're always on the spot. And even as a little kid, I knew that was a tough one. But now I understand what they mean. It's not up to me to change me. I can just be willing to be changed. And what that means is settling on a way to live my life, settling on a code, okay? Settling on a set of principles. No longer is it murky. There's a fine line. And when I'm wrong, I like to be called on it. I think that I function best when I function in four directions. And what that means is that I learned and am extremely grateful for the fact that I can answer up. Okay, I have a sponsor. I'm under authority. I'm under the authority of my sponsor. Okay? My sponsor recommends I do something. I do it. I don't consider it. I don't think about it. I do it. Okay? I'm under his authority. I meet with him and discuss changes with him. Okay, there's a very good chance I'll be moving to Tucson, Arizona in a few weeks for good. And it's a big decision to be made. And I met with my sponsor before I went out there, and I'm going to meet with him and talk with him. I won't be able to meet with him because he's away, but I'm going to talk with him before I make a final decision. Okay? Now, he won't make the decision for me. But what he does, he's sponsored me for the last 18 years. He knows me well enough to know when I'm stepping over the line. And what he's good at is helping me see my motives. Okay? Part of dishonesty is dressing up motives. You know? And almost everything I do has more than one motive. I always pick the best. The one that makes me look the best. That's the kind of guy I am. Big-hearted, loving sort of fellow. Yeah. And then there are other motives. And he helps me see them all. And that's what honesty is. Honesty is looking at all the motives. And he also knows what character defects tend to like to rule my life. And so it's very important that I deal up. I deal up, of course, to God, and then I deal up to Tom. Now, I'm fortunate enough to sponsor a lot of people, which means I can deal down. Okay? But I'll tell you what else I need. I need this. I need peers. For a guy who's isolated, having peers are very, very, very important. Cyrus and I were talking about it earlier. I've got to have people who are peers in my life, people with whom I sit down and talk or play golf and talk and whatever it is, people who know me, my friend Mike and I. And I tell you, one of the ways you really get to know someone is for the last 25, more than that, years, Mike and I pray together. We share prayer lists with one another. We pray aloud. I know his heart, he knows my heart, because when you talk to God is when you share your heart. And if you do it aloud in the presence of another person, he knows me. So I have peers. We give each other, and have for years, give each other what Mike calls spiritual haircuts. We call one another up short on things. When I began this process, I had to ask people, would you be my friend? Who I am your friend? No. Would you be a good enough friend to tell me exactly what you see me doing? And the first three people I asked were Mike, a man named Dick, and a woman named Nancy. And one day I bumped into somebody and I found myself seeking balance. And Nancy said, I want to talk to you about it. I said, I don't want to talk to you. She said, you told me I could talk to you anytime. I said, I withdraw that. She said, you told me it was a lifelong commitment. I said, leave me alone. So I went home, the doorbell rang, and it was a telegram. Dear Keith, stop, you're being an idiot, stop. Love, Nancy. So I called her up. She said, that girl's sick, and you don't need to be doing this. Thanks a lot, Nancy. She probably helped save my life, you know. But I give people, my friends, I give peers permission in my life. And they have permission. And I think that's part of the sixth and seventh step. God puts people in my life that sees me and sees my behaviors and see my actions before I see them. And, I could never survive as an island. I almost didn't survive as an island. And, Needy Joe and Needy Jane, who meet on AA campus, do the same sort of thing. They don't need anybody else because they have each other. And that's all that matters. 2 ticks and no dog. And so that's all part of the sixth and seventh step. And the sixth and seventh step, I think, really are the most difficult. 2, 6, and 7 are the ones that have been the most difficult for me, because they don't call for direct action. They call for a level of honesty that is counter to my tendencies. I'm spiritually ill. Okay, I have a spiritual illness which blinds me to these tendencies that they're calling me to do. Okay. There's a reason. The 8th step said we made a list of all persons we had harmed, became willing to make amends to them all. I believe that the most difficult action step is the 8th step. People talk about the 1st step, the 9th step, the 5th step, the 4th step. The hardest step, I think, is the 8th step, because you had to make a list of all the persons you had harmed. Now, the list, of course, comes from the 4th step, doesn't it? Right? Book's very clear about that. I love these people who do 5th steps, where we go out in the backyard and we build a fire and we throw and then it all goes up in smoke, and then, so you're out there reading the smoke trying to get those names of the people who don't but he sounds good, it really is cool, and I'd much rather be cool than sober. And but at any rate, so we get these names from our 4th step, and we make this list of people we'd harm, and then we do the impossible. We forgive everyone, everything, and that's the hardest thing in the world to do, because you see, the reason I'm the way I am is because of them. They're the reason I'm here. If it weren't for them, none of this would have happened. So now I have to go and forgive them, the same bozos who did it to me. So I'm throwing out every excuse I ever had. I was taught a lesson by a friend of mine. It was a woman, when I first got sober, absolutely infatuated with this woman. She's just beautiful and wonderful and brilliant and talented, could sing and just vivacious, and I just crazy about it. I just loved being around her. She was dating my sponsor at the time, and I just loved being around her. And she was sober a year and a day longer than me, and she asked me to speak at her first anniversary at Vauxhall, where they had the mushroom caps and stuff. And it was a great honor. And I just like being around. It's one of those people, I just like being in her presence. And we went to the Midtown group on Sunday night, and a lot of times some of us would go for coffee. And this one night, just the 2 of us were at coffee. And she said, yeah. I said, what are you doing that next weekend? She said, I'm going to go up to where she was from, and I'm going to see my father. I said, why are you going to see him? Because he had sexually abused her. She had told me that story, and he'd come home drunk one night and sexually abused her. And I said, what are you going to see him for? She said, I want to get free. I said, excuse me? She said, I want to get free. She said, I haven't had a decent relationship with a man my entire life. And she said, I love men. She said, I love men like you. And one day I want to have a great relationship with someone like you. I said, well, me? She had better sense than that. But I was angry for her. After what he did, I was angry for her. I was carrying her water. That was one of my patterns I discovered in the 4th. I carried my mother's water, And I was always, if I had a horse, it would have been white. And so I said, why are you doing that? She said, I'm going up to clean up my side of the street. I said, well, what's your part in it? And she said, I'll tell you my part in it. She said, my father did something that no man should ever do, and something happened to me that should never happen to anybody. She said, my part in it is that I've hated him for 20 years. And she said, I paid a terrible price for that. She said, I'm going to go clean up my side of the street. And I was blown away. And she said, would you do me a favor? I said, of course. She said, would you pray that I can stay the course and not be accusatory? And I couldn't wait till she got back. And she got back, and I met her, and we went for coffee. I said, what happened? And she said, it was unbelievable. She began to cry. She said, I opened the door. He knocked on the door, and he opened the door, and he looked at me, and he began to cry. And he said, we went inside, and he said, I didn't think I'd ever see you. And he said to her, they talked for a little while, and then he said, you know, I have a sense that something horrible happened between us. He said, but I don't remember. And she realized that he didn't remember, that he was drunk and he didn't remember. And you know what she did? She said, you know, Dad, it was really nothing. It was really nothing. No, it really was something. But she loved him so much, she so let him off the hook that she didn't have to make him pay. And that's what praying for the ability to forgive had done for her. And you know, within a short period of time, he had contracted cancer, and she helped him die. She spent time with him, and she helped him die. And she said to me one day, she said, I'm a complete woman. She said, I can go anywhere. I can be with anyone. I'm complete. And that's why the 8th step is so very, very difficult. To forgive the things we swore we would never forget, we would never forgive. And people say that people stop on the 9th step. I don't think people stop on the 9th step. I think people stop on the 8th step. Because to forgive is to give up every excuse I've ever had for doing what I did. And it's finally stepping up to the plate and assuming full responsibility for my life. And that's what the 8th step's all about. It's about stepping up to the plate and assuming full responsibility for my life. I want everybody in the world to accept me as another human being who can make mistakes. And you know, the 8th step allows me to do the same thing with everybody else in the world. To fully accept everyone as human beings who do the very best they can. I shouldn't tell my wife's story, but I'm going to tell a little bit of it because I probably admire her as much as anybody in the world. You know, her father passed away, a very, very, very wealthy man. And he left everything he had to his new wife and nothing to his daughters. It's a form of rejection that's just very, very difficult to deal with. And I kind of suspected it would happen because her father said to me one time, he said, you know, I hope you don't think you're getting anything from me. I said, I got everything I want from you. And I've watched how she's done this. She's a marvelous long-term member of Al-Anon, and I've watched how she's handled this. She's handled it with style, with grace, most of all forgiveness and love. And we had the great privilege in the emergency room shortly before he died of standing together, holding hands, and praying over him. So we've done everything we need to do, and we've given him everything we have to give. And this life isn't about getting, it's about giving. And she's taught me so much of that. It's no wonder I love her so, because I just admire her so much. And I don't mean to embarrass you, but I just do. And you know, one of the reasons we get along so well is we have the same goal, which is my happiness. I must tell you, what I do every day, every morning, part of my prayers. I was going to talk about this in 11th step, but I'll just say it now since I've already embarrassed her. Every morning I ask God to let me love her more than she loves me. And every night when I do my 11th step, I feel as though I failed. Because her response to my trying to love her more is to love me more. And even the day that her mom passed away, we were living in Fayetteville at the time, and I was in Wilmington doing some work, and I'd done some training all day, and then I went to dinner with some people, and I was going to do some stuff at night, and I got back to the hospital, and they said, your wife called, and it's an emergency, and I called her, and she was crying and said, Mom died. And I called up a fellow I sponsor, and he and his wife went over to be with her till I could get home. I left immediately and drove those 2 hours, and I hearkened back to when my first wife's father died. And her mother called her at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and I staggered in about 1 o'clock that morning. And my wife was sitting on the living room floor, and the carpet around her was soaked with tears as she sat and wept, waiting for her drunken husband to come home. And now I'm driving home right away, sober, arranged for two friends of mine. You know, in the South, if somebody dies, chicken comes to the house. So they of course took chicken and went to the house. And the next morning we went over and helped her father do all the things that had to be done. And that night we were in bed. And I was really proud of myself. I'd finally accomplished it. You know, I'd loved her more than she loved me. And just before we went to sleep, she said, "Would you accept an apology?" I said, "For what?" She said, "I'm so selfish." She said, "I've been thinking about myself and my own grief." She said, I realize how much you love Mother. Is there anything I can do to help you?" I thought, damn it. How are we done with?
45 minutes.
Okay.
Got plenty of time.
Okay, I wanted to talk, just to say a few more things about the 8th step, you know, because it looks so simple, and you know it's not. You know, the 8th step is really, I still believe, the single most difficult thing I've ever done. And I must tell you, to the best of my knowledge, there's nobody that I have anything against anymore. And I realized that the lack of freedom in my life was the anger, the fear, the anger, and the resentment and the blame that I projected on everybody else. And some of the things that doing a good 8th step will do for you is that, number one, it changes you. You know, remember that they told us early on, you don't go running off. Now, Dr. Bob did. He ran off and made amends the first day. Okay. But he didn't make the emotional amends. He made basically professional amends and financial amends and things like that. Okay. But, you know, they'd always say, you be careful, you know, don't go too fast. You know, when I was right out of the treatment center, I called up my estranged wife and asked her to come and visit me down on Skid Row, because I had to make amends to her. And I explained to her all about the 12 steps. I was sober a little over 4 weeks. I knew all about the 12 steps. And I explained it all to her, and I said, now I'm at that part where I'm going to make amends to you. Of course, what I was really trying to do is get back into big bed, because, you know, Skid Row is not a good, fun place to live, and you wouldn't vacation there. And she said, well, I'm glad to hear that. She said, I'll call my lawyer. I'll have him call your lawyer, because I have some ideas. And I lost it. I called her all the names I used to call her drunk. And she said to me, you haven't changed a bit. Turned around and walked out. She was right. I hadn't. And, you know, the 8th step to me was the way I was going to manipulate people. And you might ask the question, how do I walk into a life that I've done a phenomenal amount of damage in and make amends? How do you do that? Well, the way you do that is when you walk in, you're not the man who was there before. You're a different person. Remember what the reason that it took thousands of years for large numbers of people to get well. You know, really the key, and the reason that Bill Wilson always referred to Dr. Golly, I am tired. Roland Hazard. Young, yeah, Dr. Carl Young, he referred to him as a father of Alcoholics Anonymous. Because you remember the story when Roland Hazard, you know, spent nearly a year in Vienna with Dr. Young, and he shrunk him and reshrunk him and did all that stuff, and he promised he'd never drink again. He really understood himself and what made him tick, you know, whether there was lint in his navel, you know, all this stuff is important. And he left. And when he was in Paris, somebody asked him the wrong question. The question is, would you like a drink? And he was very, very drunk, and he went back to see Carl Jung. And Jung said to him, he said to Jung, he said, is there no hope for me? And Jung, an eminently humble man, said, no. Alcoholics of your type never get better. This is a death sentence for a young fellow in his 30s who had all the money in the world and everything. It was a death sentence. And he said, is there no hope? And he said, no. He said, well, wait a minute. He said, there have been rare instances when people have had spiritual awakening so profound that it affected a personality change. And so Roland Hazard went looking for personality change as only the dying can. and he found it in the Oxford movement, and he died a sober man. He had his profound spiritual awakening. Remember, the Oxford movement we talked about earlier was a fundamentalist Christian seeking first century Christian principles, and it was based on absolutes, not on wishy-washy relativism, but on absolute love, absolute honesty, absolute purity, absolute service, absolute, nothing short of absolute. And what happened is that Roland Hazard had a profound personality change. And that's what happens as a result of the steps. When Abby Thatcher gave Bill Wilson a book written by William James called The Varieties of Religious Experiences. And what he says is that you have profound personal experiences in a variety of ways. Bill had a white light. If we had to wait around for another white light, we'd all be drinking together. Or most of us would be, okay? But Bill realized that there are also varieties of religious experiences, and some of them are what he called the educational variety. That doesn't mean we study, learn. What it means is we experience. And we experience by taking these steps. We experience humility. We experience humiliation frequently before humility. We experience failure. We experience the presence and love of other human beings for isolated people. That's quite a step. Okay? We experience honesty. We experience doing something because somebody else tells us we should. We experience the discipline of being under the authority of other human beings, of answering to other human beings. For a self-centered, selfish person, that's a huge step. So when we go back to those people on that 8th step list, the reason they sit and listen to us is because we're not the person who did what we did. We're an entirely different person. To give you an idea of the kind of woman I'm married to, if you don't already know, a couple years ago, or a few years ago, I guess, our son-in-law's mother died in Fayetteville, and we went up to the funeral, and my ex-wife had come down, and my ex-wife had always been great to us. Like if we went to visit, she made sure that we had the kids as long as we were there. I mean, she really became great. I was able to make my direct amends to her and things. And she was always very nice and thoughtful of us, and always liked Julia a lot, and said good things. And but at any rate, so we were at the funeral parlor, and the next day Julia had to be in court to testify, so she couldn't go back for the funeral. And since my son-in-law's mom drank like I did, she didn't have a lot of friends, so he asked if I would be a pallbearer. So I said, of course I wouldn't. And I went back, and before I left that morning, I was putting my suit on, and Julia said to me, "Marilyn's alone." That's my ex-wife. And I said, "Yeah, I know." And she said, "Don't let her go to the graveyard by herself. These aren't easy things. You take her." I said, "Okay." And she said, "Now she has to go back to Washington. Take her to lunch before she leaves." This is an Al-Anon, right? You don't want anybody to be uncomfortable. And that's the kind of woman I married. And so I did. I took my ex-wife to lunch, and we talked. And she had remarried and married an alcoholic. And I told her, she said, Jeff and I have split. And I said, "Yeah, I know." I said, I get no pleasure from that. She said, "I know you don't." She said, "You wouldn't take pleasure at anybody's discomfort." And I said, "I'm sorry." She said, "The people who helped you and your friends in AA told me that if I didn't get help for myself, I would do it again, and they were right." And I said, "Well, I'm sorry." And she said, "I know." She said, "But this time I married a rich one." And she did. So she may have been hurt, but she's eminently practical and pragmatic. But she had gotten involved in Al-Anon then too, and understood something about what was going on. And that there'd be no animus and no, And she said to me, before she left, she said, "You're a magnificent man. You're the man I always knew you would probably be one day." And what she was saying was, "You aren't the man I married. You're a different man." Now, I didn't do that. You did. But that's what the steps do. That's why we can go back into the life of another. And the 12 and 12 is very explicit. It says that we go back as far as our minds can carry us. So it isn't about who we hurt drinking or any of the rest of it. We go back as far as our minds can carry us. And I tell you how silly some of these things can be. What I found were patterns in my life. Now, I discovered these in my fifth step, too. The person I did my fifth step with helped me recognize patterns in my life. Patterns are bad habits, usually born out of moral difficulties, selfishness and self-centeredness. And I went back in my life, and I remember as a kid who stayed in the third grade an extra year, he and two of them, and I admired both these guys. You know, when you're a little kid, usually Dad's the greatest guy who ever lived, and somewhere around the third grade, Dad's the dumbest person who ever lived, and your peers are the smartest people who ever lived. And these were two guys that I began to admire, and we asked them why they were still in the third grade, and they said they liked our class better than the other class, so they decided to stay back a year. And they were big guys, so we believed them. And I'm running around admiring these guys, and again, I was so fearful of rejection, and every day boys choose up teams, but it's always the same teams, but you have to choose them up with a ball bat and all that stuff, and flipping a coin or something, but they're always the same teams. And every day I was on Rich and Tom's team. And one day a new guy came to town, a guy named Bobby, and Rich was the kind of kid who always welcomed people, and he was a nice kid. So he chose Bobby, so I ended up on the wrong team. And I was crushed. So two people had to suffer. The guy who picked me had to suffer. So he threw me the winning touchdown in the end zone, and I let it bounce off my chest, and I just stared at him. And so we lost. That showed him. He'll never pick me again. But the guy I really reserved my honor for was Rich, because he's the one who did it to me. And I wouldn't talk to him. I wouldn't play games. I wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't talk to him. And it bothered him. And he came around after about 4 days. He came over to me, and he said to me, he said, Keith, how you doing? What do you care? And he said, well, he said, look, I got an extra Twinkie. Now, I never met a kid with an extra Twinkie. But he said, you want it? I said, don't you want it? And he said, no. I said, you sure? He said, yeah, I'm sure. And I took it, I threw it on the ground, stepped on it, and walked away. Now, that was a pattern in my life for years. I gave you one chance. You hurt me. You paid. I withheld my caring. That's the way I jerk people around. And so Richard's on my list. So we go back from my high school reunion. Julie remembers it, right? And so Richie shows up. He's one of those guys who hadn't changed in 20 years, Still looks like he graduated last year from high school, And, no gut, no nothing. And so we hadn't seen one another in years. And we hugged, and I said, you got a few minutes? I need to talk to you. And I said, yeah. So I went over and I said, Richie, I said, I'm a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. He said, that's great. He said, I got some friends who are members. He said, that's a wonderful organization. And I said, well, one of the things we do is we make amends to people we harm. And I said, I wanted to make amends to you. He said, what on earth for? He said, we were best friends. He said, you were the best friend a guy could have. I said, well, remember when Bobby moved to town and you picked him on your team? He said, yeah, you took my Twinkie and you threw it on the ground and you stepped on it. We both started laughing. And so for my 25th AA birthday, some of the guys I sponsored crushed a pack of Twinkies and wrapped them up and gave them to me. But it was just an example. See, so we go back as far as our minds can carry us, and we see how our patterns of behavior isolated us. You don't do that to too many people until they stop being your friend. If somebody has to constantly prove their friendship, they don't need you as a friend. Friends are people who forgive you. They don't put you on trial. And I had put people on trial my entire life. Now, Richard wasn't the only one, but it says we go back as far as our minds can carry us. And I went too long the last segment. I don't want to get fired. I couldn't handle the rejection. So what we do on this 8-step list is we look at who we've harmed, but it also says that we glean all the information we can from it. So what I did was I would take my 8-step list to my sponsor, and this is what I have the guys I sponsor do too. And we'd go through the list and explain why I owe an amends. Okay? Now, it's important because I want to see how my character defects have affected the lives of others, because it still is if I'm not cognizant of it. So everything I can glean from it, the better. And what I did was I took each person. Now, some of them went off the list. Some of them were on there with pride and ego. I remember a fellow I sponsored was a chairman and president of a company. And he had a woman on this list he had to make amends to because he fired her husband. He'd been drunk on a job for 4 years, and he couldn't take it anymore. So finally he fired him, and the guy ended up dying, so he owed this woman an amends. And I said, no. I said, take the woman off the list. I said, you were doing your job. If a guy's drunk and won't do anything about it, he should be fired. I said, put down the board of directors. They're the ones you owe the amends to because they were paying you to do a job you weren't doing. So he put down the board of directors. He said, I'd rather go talk to the lady. I said, I'm sure. So that we throw out the ones and that sort of thing. And then the process of praying to forgive them, everything. And the way I did that was, and to get as much information as I could from it, everybody on my 8-step list, I gave them their own 3x5 card. And I would keep them in my big book. And in the morning, when I would do my readings in the morning on page 86, 87, 88, I would go through those 3x5 cards. And I would pray if there's to forgive anything and everything for each of these people. And I just thumbed through them, and from time to time somebody's name would jump out and a thought would come to me, and on the back I'd jot it down. And I learned a lot about why I owed an amends, and I learned a lot about my own behavior, and I learned a lot about what I could stop doing in the lives of other people. Being of service doesn't mean that you tell people how you want them to act if they want to be your friend. Being of service means that you accept people the way they are. And if they change, it isn't because you manipulated them. It might be because they like the way you live your life and they want to live their life the same way. And but what I always did was make demands on people and never on myself. And this is a process of beginning to make demands on my own behavior and accepting other people exactly as they are. And I was, there were really interesting things that took place with this on the 8th step. But the 9th step's where the action started. Well, the action's the 8th step, but the 9th step is where the payoff was. And one by one I started going through these. And I've already told you about when I made my amends to religious people. One of the people I had the hardest time with was my father. Now, I believe, particularly for men, that if you don't get it right with Dad, you don't get it right with anybody. I'm willing to bet you a nickel to a hole in a donut that if you're having a hard time in interpersonal relationships, it's probably because you hadn't gotten it right with Dad. If you're having a hard time with God, it's probably because you hadn't gotten it right with Dad. That was my experience. I had my father on my amends list, and I'd go home to make amends to my father. They lived in Ohio, and I lived in Washington. It was 303 miles exactly, door to door. And I'd get home, and I'd go in, I'd get a cup of coffee, I'd sit down and start talking to my dad. In 5 minutes, I was so angry, I'd get up and go back to Washington. And finally, my dad said, I like that boy, Pat, but I worry about him. He drives a long way for a cup of coffee. And no insight at all. And he never told me he loved me. All he did was give everything he had, but he never told me he loved me. And, all that crazy stuff. I'd read too many books. And what he did was, I decided, and I'd go to Sandy, I'd say, it's not working, it doesn't work. Sandy said, I think you're real close. He said, I think you need to pray just a little bit more. He said, I think you're real close. That's what he do to me all the time. And so I bought a little beach house, and what I decided was, it appeared I couldn't make direct amends to my father, so what I thought I'd do is take a unique approach. I thought I would honor him. I know it's hard to believe, but... my father had lived a long time. He wasn't nearly as stupid as I thought he was. He didn't understand anything about politics. He didn't understand anything. And I had to correct him all the time. And so what I decided I might do is just honor him. And so I learned a phrase from the Al-Anoners, and he'd say something that I absolutely disagreed with. And I'd say, Dad, I never really looked at it that way before. Which was true. I'd never looked at it that way before. And I just stopped arguing with him, and I just honored him. And I'd do things, like when he came in a room, I would stand up. I was taught to do that. I always stood up when a woman walked in the room, and I stood up when a man older than me walked in the room. I was taught to do that. And I began doing that with my father, And I would wait till he sat down before I sat down. No, I don't even know if he picked up on it. It didn't matter. it wasn't about changing him. He was doing fine. I was the one who needed to be changed. I would call him every Sunday to see how he was doing. I would tell him I loved him. And then one day he said, "I love you too, son." It just happened. But I never knew why I owed him an amends. My thought was, if you had a son as nutty as me, I was discharged from the Marine Corps on the 13th of July. I got home the 23rd of July. Now, it's not that far from North Carolina to Ohio. What happened was the bus stopped in Charleston, West Virginia. And having traveled that route, I knew directly across the street there was an after-hours joint. And so I went, of course. And it was an illegal after-hours joint. If you're in uniform, they let you in, even without a card. And so I went in, and there were, over at the table, there were 4 women and a man. And they waved me over, and I came over. And it seems that they were in business together. And he had been caught and was going to do 3 to 6 in Moundsville State Penitentiary for solicitation of prostitution. And the women were his partners. And so he was going away, so they were having a going away party. And you have to be polite. If you're asked to join, you join. So I joined, and somewhere in the midst of that, I remember driving this guy's Cadillac convertible up to the Moundsville State Penitentiary. We were all crying and waving goodbye. And what was interesting about that was I didn't know I knew how to drive because I didn't have a license. And then all of a sudden I'm back in Charleston. Now, Moundsville State Penitentiary is only about 20 miles from where I lived, and I'm back in Charleston. Well, anyway, I got home about 10 days late, and I was late for my welcome home party. About 10 days late for my welcome home party. My family hadn't yet gotten to Al-Anon, so they left all the balloons up with no air in it and all that stuff, all the welcome home and everything, so I'd know how much I'd hurt them. And so I figured that's why I owe this man an amends. I mean, he was calling every state trooper, he's calling hospitals and morgues and everybody, he got the map out, trying to figure out how I might have come home, and it's just, they did that. So that's why I owed him an amends. I was an officer with a corporation. I'm flying and running all over the place. And my parents had never been on a vacation. They didn't have an automobile. They didn't have any money. They'd never been on a vacation. So I had a beach house, and I invited them to the beach house, and they fell in love with it. So I asked them if they'd keep an eye on the beach house for me. And they said, yeah. They kept an eye on it for 6 years. And they had a wonderful time. It was marvelous to watch. But whenever I was in the area, I'd stop by and just talk with Dad. I'd just honor him. That's a commandment with promise, and a promise is long life. Doesn't mean you live long. It means that you have peace with those ahead of you, which allows you to make peace with those behind you, and that's what long life is. And one day we were sitting talking, and my dad said to me, "Son, remember the first day you went to work?" And I said, "Yeah, Dad, I was 12 years old. I worked at the bowling alley in Bridgeport." He said, "You remember the first day?" And I said, "Well, I don't think so." He said, "Well, I took you to lunch." I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah, I took you to Louis' hot dog stand." He said, "Remember what you had?" I said, "Well, I'll go out on a limb here, Dad. Did I have a hot dog?" And he said, "Of course you did, you loon." And he said, "Do you remember what you drank?" And I said, "Orange pop. I always drank orange pop." He said, "Not that day." He said, "That day you drank root beer." He said, "I drank root beer, and I think you thought men who worked drank root beer." And I explained to you how to do a good day's work for a good day's pay. My father was teaching this little boy how to grow up, this 12-year-old boy how to grow up. He said, "I walked you to the bus stop and said, 'Do you want me to come with you the first day, son?' And you said, 'No, thanks, Dad, I'll do it myself.' And he said, 'I watched the bus tools out of sight.' And he said, 'You never even looked back.' He said, 'From then on, you never let me do anything for you.' He said, 'You put yourself through high school.' He said, 'You're the only kid I have who didn't let me help him in college. You put yourself through college.' And I realized why I owed my father an amends. I owed him an amends because I didn't allow him to do what he did best, and that was to be my father. And a week later, I stopped by again, and I bought $1,000. And I put it in the bank, and about a month later, I gave it back to him. And from that day on, we were just like that. It was unbelievable. I let my father be my father. And more importantly, I finally allowed myself to sit and listen. I'd ask him opinions, I was very unhappy as a corporate officer because I wasn't dealing with people. I was buying and building hospitals and selling them and doing all this stuff. I was miserable. And I loved being with people, and now I'm doing all this other stuff. And I said, "Dad," I'm just miserable. I said, "But it's such a wonderful job. It pays so well and everything." He said, "Son, since you started loafing with those people," that's you, Miss Vanner. You started loafing with those people. They taught you how to live your life like you have a heart, like you have a soul. Why don't you do what they suggest? It's my father's counsel. My father's counsel. He said, you're a success because of who you are, not what you do. My father's counsel. And you know, I ended up getting it right with my father. And that meant it paved the way for me getting it right with God and getting it right with women and getting it right with everybody. If I didn't get it right with him, I don't think I'd ever gotten it right with anybody. I believe that that's a primary relationship. Freud thought it was mother. Of course, Freud was a coke head. Who knows? But I think that dad is one of the primary relationships that have absolutely got to happen. And you know, I'll tell you how far that goes. From then on, my father and I were so tight. You know, all he could do is tell me he loved me. And I tell him I love him. And he was the man I always want to be. We were up visiting him a couple of years ago, and he knew he didn't have long to live, and he got out the pictures, you know, all those pictures that he would never show us. And he showed them all to Julia and to me. And one of them was this baseball team, Ohio State champions. And I said to him, I said, Dad, I always heard you were a good ball player. He said, I was okay. And I said, well, I heard you were better than okay. He said, well, I said, I heard you were all state. He said, well, yeah. I said, your senior year? He said, well, all 4 years. And I said, I heard that you were offered a professional contract. He said, well, I was offered a few of them. He said, but I had a real good job in the factory. And he said, Mom and Dad were both sick and they needed me here. And I said, Dad, why didn't you ever tell us you were that good? He said, well, you and Denny worked so hard to be good ball players. I didn't want to tell you anything that might discourage you. And I said, Dad, I've been going to meetings for 28 years trying to learn to think like that. How do you think like that? I mean, it just amazed me. He was just naturally a giving man, just naturally. And that's what frightened me about him. He was spiritual beyond my grasp. He was other-centered and selfless beyond my grasp. It frightened me, being in his presence. You know, before I left that time, I said to him, Dad, is there anything that we need to say to one another? And he said, no, son. He said, I know you love me and you know I love you. And I kissed him and I turned around to leave. And he said, well, there is one thing. He said, I want to thank you. And I said, for what? He said, for all the things you've done for so many people. He said, especially the people in our family. And I'd never thought about it. My family is just lousy with AA members and Al-Anon members, and, you know, and a family that was constantly at war. Now when we're together, it's a love-in. It's unbelievable. Now, I didn't do it. I just happened to be the first one. And my dad thinks I did it, you know, but I didn't. And, you know, we went back a couple months later in December, and Dad was in and out of coma. And my beautiful sisters, who took such good care of my mom, took care of Dad, and he was hanging on long after hospice said he should be gone. And Julia and my brother Danny and myself and some nieces and nephews and my sister Susie, and we went into the room, and I got down on my knees next to my father and I held his hand. And I whispered in his ear, it's okay to go, Dad. It's okay to be with Mom and Terry. It's okay to go. And I promised my father that I would pray for everybody he prayed for every day. I said, leave it to me. I'll do it from now on. And I have. And his favorite prayer was a Hail Mary, so we prayed a Hail Mary. And then we prayed the Lord's Prayer. And when we said amen, my father squeezed my hand and went into eternity. And I left that room and I said to Julia, I'm not supposed to live like this. I'm supposed to be down the street trying to drink up enough courage to come here. I'm not supposed to live like this. But of course I am. I'm supposed to live like this because of you. Because this is the way God had always wanted me to live. This is the way he meant it for me to be. When I look at Keith's plan, that's what would have been on Keith's plan. All I have to do is show up. Take a break. You know, an old-timer once told me that if I would work the first 9 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, I could walk around any corner in the world and not be afraid of who I was going to run into. And when we look at the promises on page 83 and 84, what it means in effect is that we've gotten it right with the world, that there's no one out there. And one of my very last amends, and the way, again, that God can use you, was a man I served with when I was in the Marine Corps. And he was a marvelous guy. He was a lieutenant, and I was when I first met him, I was a lance corporal and then promoted to corporal. And he convinced me that I could do things that I never thought I could do. I always thought of myself as some poor, sort of useless kid, and he convinced me that I could go to officers candidate school. And he coached me and mentored me, and I ended up, like I said, mentioned before, I led a patrol in combat in a blackout, and I took men in harm's way. We took fire, returned fire, and I don't remember doing it. I woke up the next morning. I was in my tent. I was fully clothed, had my flak jacket on, had a .45 with 3 rounds missing, a round in the chamber, and a hammer back. And I like to say I almost never slept like that. And so what I did was I turned down the commission I'd worked so hard to get and got out. And I owed this man an amends because I never gave him an explanation. I just disappeared. And I had that card. It was the last card I had. And I had it in my big book, and we were pretty newly married, so it's been 13, 14 years ago. I was in a den stretching. I was going to go for a run, and it occurred to me, it was early in the morning, and it occurred to me that he and I were on the fantail of a ship in the Mediterranean one time, and we were talking. And I remember he said, I'm a graduate of Notre Dame, and one day I'm going to live where I can see the Golden Dome. Now, I knew he had been from Joliet, Illinois, so whenever I was in the Chicago area, I'd call information, and I'd do everything I could to find him, and I couldn't find him. And that scene just popped into my head, and I immediately picked up the phone, and I called Green Bay, called, thank you. And sure enough, he lived across the street from the university. And so I called, and his wife Sharon answered, and I asked if he was there, and I said, "You wouldn't know me." I said, "This is Keith Lewis." She said, "Oh, Corporal Lewis, of course I know you. He talks about you all the time." And she said, "He's out for a run. Don't go anywhere. He'll be back soon." Like me, he doesn't run far, I guess. And I waited, and he called back, and we talked, and I was able to make amends to him. I was able to say, I just dropped out of your life, and I did that with a lot of people. And he was able to say to me, every day, every week, he said, I'd pick up the Navy Times, and he said, I'd hold my breath, and I'd look at the L's to see if you'd been killed in Vietnam. Because, the life expectancy of second lieutenants wasn't great. And we talked and everything, and I told him that why I was calling, why I was making amends, that I was a member of AA and everything. And he said, I said, you have any children? Because when I knew him, they didn't have any. He said, we have 4 sons. And he said, just this morning, Sharon and I were praying, and we asked God for guidance because our youngest son was arrested for drunken disorderly and DWI last night. Why do you suppose that's the morning that I remembered that vignette that took place in Mediterranean in 1964? It's because God uses, even a guy who feels like something on the end of a stick, God will use if we suit up and show up. And I happen to have a friend in Alcoholics Anonymous in South Bend, Indiana. And I called him and gave him this phone number. And I never called for the results. It's none of my business. I made my amends. And if I'd have called back for the results, I think I might have been showing up for some credit. And that's not what the 9 Steps about. So the day comes when you don't owe anybody anything anymore, and you walk around any corner in the world and not be afraid of who you're going to run into. And what that is a new freedom and a new happiness. You don't regret the past. You don't wish to shut the door on it. You comprehend the word serenity, and you know peace. Peace means that the frantic stuff inside, the hamster in a cage isn't running anymore. The head isn't running constantly. That you live life the way it comes, and you accept it the way it is, and it doesn't have to be remade. There's nobody you have to show anymore. I lived the great majority of my life at people. Everything I did to show them, whoever them were. And the second step says that what I'll do is I'll become reliant and not defiant. And I lived my whole life in defiance. Everything I ever accomplished, I accomplished at somebody. Every day I got up and went to war. Every night I went to bed exhausted and lonely and tired. Now I get up and I go to do God's work, and every night I go to bed just full, absolutely full of the wonder of life. And it's the great promise of the first 9 steps. And the 10th step, of course, is how I live day to day. And we talk about the different types of inventory in the 10th step. And of course, there's the spot check inventory. When something goes slightly amiss, I can stop and take a look at it. There's certain disciplines. The spiritual life is based upon discipline, and it doesn't mean rigidity. It means discipline. And if you, one of the things I like to do at night is to list the things. I do it either in a prayer room or I do it upstairs in my den. But I get out my yellow pad and number 2 pencil and I list the things that I want to do tomorrow. Now the reason I do that is because otherwise I wake up and I'm lost. One thing to know where you're supposed to be. It's another thing to know what it is you want to accomplish for the day. And it's interesting, and I'll jump ahead just for a second. In the 11th step, page 86 in the big book, it said upon awakening we think about the 24 hours ahead before we begin, and we ask God's guidance and direction. Like I say, the Oxford group was based on the precepts that these men and women have of first century Christianity. Of course, first century Christianity was based a lot on Judaism. And the Jews begin their day the previous night. And so at night, I sit down and with a yellow pad, I list the things that I need to accomplish or I want to do the next day. And I put a little square by each one. So then when I wake up, it said in the morning, let us think about the 24 hours ahead. I've got it. Okay? And that way I don't lay there at night and think about tomorrow. I don't project into the next day. Wonder what's going to happen, all this stuff. I know what's going to happen. I know what's supposed to happen. I'm always available to be, if the phone rings and God has another plan, I'm always available to go whichever direction He wants me to go in. But at least I have a plan. And then, if you read the second paragraph on page 86, it says, upon awakening, let us think about the 24 hours ahead. And it tells me, precisely how to handle my day. Precisely how to handle my day. And so it's very, very important to begin the day the night before. And so that I'm just, I used to feel like I was a ball in a pinball machine. And I went in a direction depending on which, bumper I hit. And the angle at which I hit it. And boom, boom. And that was my life. I mean, it was just all over the place. There was never any organization, never anything involved in it at all. And discipline really does involve, or spiritual life does involve discipline, and involves order. And we can do certain things. There are certain habits that we can get into. I'm no longer a reactor. I actually get to become an actor and not a reactor. I actually get to dictate the terms of my life, or the order of my life, and the peace in my life, which allows me to be available to respond to whatever happens. But if I'm on edge, waiting for the next shoe to drop, which is the way I used to live my life, I'm exhausted emotionally all the time. But if I have order in my life, and the 10th step talks a lot about how we inventory. And one day it occurred to me that the area of my life that was always the most successful and the most succinct was my work life. And again, it was because I had something called a job description. And a job description is precisely what's expected of me. So I never doubted how I was doing at work. Even drunk, I knew I was doing all right at work when I showed up. When I didn't show up, Sandy used to say, they promote a guy just for showing up. It doesn't make sense, you know. And they pass over brilliant people like us. But I always knew what was expected of me. And the rest of life I always guessed at. So one day what I did for my 10th step is one day I sat down and I began to write job descriptions for myself. Now, this might sound a little silly, but this is what I did. I wrote a job description of what I think a good husband would be. I wrote a job description of what a good sponsor would be. What a good pigeon member of Alcoholics Anonymous would be. I wrote a job description of what a good father would be to adult children. I wrote a job description of what a good son would be to a mother and a father. What would a good brother be to brothers and sisters? In other words, if I was going to do an annual house cleaning, I needed to know what the criteria for success was. So I wrote job descriptions for various areas of my life, and I did it with my buddy Mike. Mike and I have done annual house cleanings now for almost 30 years together. And we would either go on a retreat, we'd go down to the beach house a couple times. And what we would do is, we particularly like silent retreats. Mike had a hard time keeping his mouth shut, but we'd go on silent retreats. And during the course of that time, we would evaluate our performance based on the job descriptions that we had written for ourselves. And every year I'd tighten it up, because every year I want to be a better husband than I was last year. You know, this is about patient progress. It's about character building. You know, and character building is basically about change. It's about becoming more the person you want to be. You know, I was so self-centered when I came to Alcoholics Anonymous that I thought I could say anything I wanted to say. This man I was telling you about early this morning, seems like hours ago, but probably longer for you. But this man was visiting, and he was just amazed. He said, everybody who's spoken, he went to my home group, then he went with me, and Mike wasn't feeling well, so he did the book study with me. And he said, everybody who's introduced themselves are alcoholics. He said, there are no ANDAs. He said, everybody who's a member of AA is an alcoholic. I said, well, most of the people here have used a lot of other drugs, but he said, but they don't get into all that. I said, well, they don't feel the need to. You know, this is a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous. It's orderly this way. He said, the other thing is I've never heard one word of profanity. And where he's from, Las Vegas, it's unbelievable. I'm serious. You know, it's just the language is unbelievable. And I said to him, I said, we really believe it is a spiritual program. And we believe, filthy language isn't spiritual. It's selfish and it's self-centered. Because I had that experience. I got sober in Washington, and I used some language that was just, I shuddered to think about the kind of language I used. What I was doing was subjecting myself onto other people. And a woman came up to me, a very elegant-looking woman, tall and very elegant, and she said, pardon me. She said, may I ask you a personal question? I said, but of course. She said, do you eat with the same mouth you talk with? I went, oh. I said, is it offensive? She said, you bet it's offensive. And she said, I believe your language is sufficient, your vocabulary is sufficient to the cause. Best of my knowledge, that's the last time I've subjected my rage on a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous. It's totally unnecessary. We had a guy come to my home group, and I would never do it in public unless it were really outrageous, but this guy really used vulgar language. So after the meeting was over, I said to him, I said, look, we just don't do that. I said, what you do in your home group is your business, but we don't use language like that in this home group. He said, I can say whatever I want to. I said, yes, you can, and I can stand up and embarrass the living hell out of you, too. And he looked at me, he said, you'd do it, wouldn't you? I said, next time I will. And he laughed. And later he thanked me. He thanked me, one, for not saying anything in public, and number two, why would you do that? If this is a spiritual program, why would you do that? For what? It can't be because you want to enhance the life of anybody else. normally it's because we haven't dealt with the rage in our own life, and the anger in our own life. What we do now, when I hear it, even when I'm away, I say, you hadn't done your fourth step yet, have you? I was on, I won't tell you what state, but it's as far west as you can go before you get wet. And I was out there for a conference, and actually it was Santa Barbara. And I was, Delia remembers, I went out a day early. I just was so tired, I just want to take a rest. So I went out a day early so I could just sort of retreat and be by myself and do some inventory work and stuff. And I slipped off to a meeting at night, and I was going to just go and sit in the back and keep my mouth shut. Well, they sat in a circle, which scares me. And it took off. Now, again, I don't want to cause any controversy with this. It's not my desire to do that. But the guy who led the meeting was an alcoholic and a drug addict. The next guy was addicted to crosses. I don't know whether he couldn't walk by when he had to jump on it. I don't know what he did, but he was addicted to crosses because he said he was a cross addict. And so I'm still going to pass, right? And then it was an alcoholic and a compulsive overeater. And then the guy right next to me was an African American alcoholic. Now, unless you were blind and an alcoholic, you knew that. And so it got to me, and I don't know where it came from, but I just said, well, my name's Keith. I'm an alcoholic. I'm moderately obese, and I have an enlarged prostate. And no one spoke to me after the meeting. I was really hurt. And but I mean, what's that all about? You know, I mean, what's it all about? Why don't we, work the program the way it's laid out? Now, I got a lot of other things going on with me, okay? But that's not why I'm here. I'm here because I have a fundamental spiritual illness called alcoholism. And that's why I'm here. And that's what the 10 Steps all about. It's about how do I best fit in? How can I maximize my service to God and to those about me? And that's what the spot check inventory is about. How can I be a better human being today? How could I have handled that situation better? One of the things I try to do is Mike and I over the years have wandered on to various spiritual readings, and the one that we've been sharing a lot about the last couple of years is something written by a 16th century Spanish monk, Venerable Louis of Granada, called The Sinner's Guide. It's not a how-to. It's a how not to. And but what it does is it gives a wonderful definition of the 7 deadly sins that we talk about in 12 and 12. But more importantly, it gives a wonderful instruction and set of guidelines on how to practice the opposite virtues. What I can do about my character defects is nothing. I cannot remove a character defect. They've got to be removed from me. I learned that in the 6th and 7th step. I've got to make myself available. What I can do is practice virtue. I can practice kindness. Okay, I can practice honesty. I can practice thoughtfulness and consideration of others. Okay, that's what I can do. That's my part in it. And then if and when God's ready, the character defects can be removed. But I have no say in them being removed other than the fact I asked to have them removed. But I can't remove them. And what I can do is practice the virtue. And the 12 and 12 in the big book both talk about it. Bill says in the long run what it's about is character building. If I'm the same selfish, self-centered guy who walked in here, then I'm wasting an awful lot of time. And the 10th step is really designed to do that. The 10th step is a wonderful, wonderful step because it allows me on a daily basis to see how life's going. The way I personally like to do it, and I have done it many, many years, is before I could pray, I could write a note to God. And I can go back, I had these little things I write, and I can go back, 30 years. And, long before I prayed, I wrote a note to God because my sponsor said, well, you can't pray, write a note to God. And you go back, and some of them said, to whom it may concern, or if you're there. You know, it's real intimate. And you know, and I remember one time my sponsor and I were going to a meeting. His theory was if you could get to a liquor store, you could get to meetings. And but once a week he would pick me up, and once a week I would pick him up. And the rest of the time we usually meet at meetings. And he really liked it if I picked somebody else up and bring them, and because he often did that. And I remember one night we used to go together to this Wednesday night meeting, and I was angry again. You know, I was angry about everything. And I just said to him, I said, when am I going to stop being a newcomer? And he said, well, when you stop getting angry every time somebody says newcomer. I mean, he always had flippant answers like that. And so the next week is Wednesday, we're driving back to this meeting. And I said to him, I said, I hope Bill's there. And he said, who's Bill? I said, well, Bill's a new guy. The guy, it was his first meeting. And I said, this week, whenever I wrote a note to God and I asked him to keep me sober and keep you sober, I asked him to keep Bill sober. And he looked at me and smiled, and he said, you're no longer a newcomer. Because I had made room in my life for another human being. I was no longer a newcomer. And I look back now and I realize I was on my way. I remember there's a guy named Art P., who was one of the guys I admired so much. He was sober a few years when I came in, and a couple years, I guess, when I came in. And I remember we're sitting at the intersection one day in my car all alone, playing something, and on the tape player, and I look over, and I hear all this noise and ruckus. In Art's car, there's 6 people in Art's car. And I remember thinking, that poor guy, he just can't get along in life by himself.
Yeah.
And then I looked and I said, they sure seem to be enjoying themselves. So when I got to the meeting, I said, Art, I said, I notice you always have people in your car. He said, well, my car won't run unless there are at least 4 people in it. And I said, well, I wouldn't mind taking people to meetings. I have a car. He said, good. He said, we have an old lady. Something I didn't have an old lady wouldn't mind, but he took me over and introduced me to this old lady, and he said, pick her up every Thursday and bring her here and take her home. Right? So I began picking her up, and then pretty soon she'd bring me a cookie, you know, and before she'd get out, she'd pinch my cheek and tell me how cute I was and everything, you know. And then after like about 3 months, I'm picking the old lady up, and Art came by and he said, we really appreciate what you've been on. He said, Phil is going to start picking up. I said, that's my old lady. And don't want anybody else picking her up. And so this is all part of becoming part of life, and it's all part of the 10th step. And I remember I went home, and I, like I say, I would start my day by reading page 86, 87, and 88. And it tells me how to, and it promised me things. It said that the day would come when I would intuitively know how to handle situations. And it told me that what is an occasional hunch or an inspiration gradually becomes a working part of my mind. And I began to notice that I handled situations differently. I handled them without stress, without, and on. It just sort of happened. I would have insights and thoughts into things. You know, if I make the list the night before, and I know what it is I want to accomplish, and I pray about it in the morning, and I think of the best way to do that. If something is particularly difficult or sensitive, I would stop and ask for, I'd ask for insight, I'd ask for guidance, I'd ask for the right words to say it, because my goal was to accomplish a task without hurting anybody if it were possible. And so what the 10th and 11th step did over a period of time was it taught me how to function in the world in which I lived. Not defensively, not offensively, but trying to be of maximum service to God and the fellows about me. And that's the great power of the 10th and 11th step. And that's how I discover how I'm doing. And so I had my nightly inventory, I had the spot check inventory, which happens throughout the course of the day. Then I had my annual house cleaning or semi-annual house cleaning, and Mike and I would do that. And we've done that together for years and years now. And what I would do was talk about what I want to accomplish next year. And I remember one year I wanted to learn to be kind. I just said I'd like to be kind. I really admired and loved kind people. And I was a guy who always told these funny things and cut people and did this and did that. I had a tongue like a double-edged sword. And I somehow thought it was clever. what it was a holdover from my drunk days, and that's how I kept you away from me. And I'm still doing it. I'm doing it in Alcoholics Anonymous. And I realized that I was doing it. And I talked to my buddy Mike about it, and it was a character defect of Mike's too. And Mike and I did some research, and we discovered that the King's, the original group in AA, the King's School group, when it originally met in a house, but then it moved over to King's School. Every night when they began their meeting, this was before there was a big book and before you could read how it works and everything, Ann Smith, Dr. Bob's wife, would read a passage from the Gospel, or the Epistle of James. And, and you see it throughout AA literature. Faith without works is dead, that the tongue is an unruly member, and on and on. And so Mike and I began reading that together. We would sit down and we would read it together, and we would ask to be changed. We would ask not to use our tongue to hurt other people, but just try to use it. Don't use it to ridicule, don't use it to show someone up, don't use it to call attention to ourselves at the expense of someone else. And so every year we would discuss with one another what virtue or what aspect of our lives we wanted to improve. I remember one year was my language, and it was difficult because I had learned to express a lot of emotion using bad language. And how am I going to represent adequately Alcoholics Anonymous if I'm using bad language? Another year, I wanted to stop slandering people. I spent a lot of my life building myself up at the expense of others. And my defense was always the same, well, it's true. And I remember one of Mike's wives, a really nice gal, and I said something to her that was really hurtful and cutting. And she started to cry. And my defense immediately was, well, isn't it true, Mike? And he said, Keith, you use truth like a ball bat. And it just broke my heart. I began to cry. And so then our spot check inventory was the following month, and I said, I never want to use my mouth to hurt people again. And I haven't been, all that successful, but it's still a goal. So what the 10th step really is all about is it allows me to set criteria for myself. And I have heroes in my life. I do. There are giants who have been in my life. Mike's a giant, Tom and Sandy, and on and on and on and on. Lib and Mary Lib, and so many people are giants in my life. And what I like to do is I like to pick, I ask myself, what is it I really like about them? Well, it might be their humility. It might be the way they use self-deprecating humor and things like that. And I'd say, I'm going to try to fashion some of my life after them. All that's important is that I be different this time next year than I am now. And that I practice virtue. And I be more the man I think God would have me be than I am this time this year. That's what the 10th and 11th step is all about. And how we practice that is important. But it's also very individual. We have wonderful guidelines in the big book and in the 12 and 12. The prayer of St. Francis. It's just one of the most beautiful sentiments I've ever heard in my life. To be able to do those things. And what it basically says is that I can be a force in the world. I went through life like a tornado, just like it's described in the 12 and 12. I went through the lives of people I knew like a tornado. We now have an opportunity to go through people's lives like a healing wind, to really make a difference in the lives of another human being or other human beings, to bring peace, where there was confusion, joy where there's sadness. What a marvelous thing to do. And I'm convinced that it's part of the plan that God has with Keith's name on it. It's not to be clever. It's not to make people laugh at the expense of other people. It's not to stand out from the crowd. I think it's to bring virtue where there was damage. And I'm not a bit ashamed of the fact that I think that the sober life is a life that grows in virtue and builds character. It's not about getting ahead. It's about being ahead of where I was, morally, spiritually, every other way. I'd like to talk a little bit about the 12th step. And before I do, I don't often talk about this, but sometimes I get the urging to do it. I think the big part of the spiritual life is to connect the past to the present. To go back, like I said earlier, and see the hand of God in things. One of the things I recommend to every guy I sponsor, when they get through their 9th step, and they've got a solid life of recovery going, and they've learned that a big part of the spiritual life is habit. And they're into a lot of good habits. The habit of going to meeting, the habit of working with others, going to prisons, going to institutions, doing things in the lives of other people. When they're ready, okay, when they learn service, I suggest they go back to the church of their childhood and they leave for a good reason. I left the church of my childhood for a bunch of reasons, but none of them were good reasons. They were all excuses. And it was recommended to be my sponsor that I go back to the church of my childhood and I leave for a good reason. And I went back and I found out the reasons I left were about me. It wasn't about that church. And I wanted desperately to leave, and I just couldn't. And I haven't. I don't want to leave anymore, but I haven't. I went back and I made it right. And I believe, for me, that organized religion is very, very useful in my life. It's another way of being under authority. I used to say I hated organized religion. The problem was I wasn't a pope. If I'd have been a pope, I would have loved organized religion. I didn't want anybody else calling the shots for me, because I may not be free to do what I want, And doing what I want is what got me here. So I really recommend it. I am a person who firmly believes in it. And it happened for me. I was sober about 6.5 years. And I was absolutely magnificent. There's no other way to say it. I had just become magnificent. I had graduated cum laude. I'd published. I'd done this. I'd done that. I was running an organization. I was magnificent. I was running marathons. I had a social life, which I thought everybody in the world would have wanted. Now I know I had the morals of an alley cat, but I thought that that this was what I was supposed to do. I was paying all those women back for all that rejection is what I was doing. And I fell apart like a cheap suit. Just fell apart because none of it was spiritual. It was all intellectual. It was all glitz. It was all showing them. And what I did was I wore myself down on the inside, and I fell apart. I ended up so depressed I ended up in a hospital. And my career was over. I was in a hospital in Texas. They didn't know what else to do with me, so they put me in a treatment center. I ran treatment centers. They put me in a treatment center. I go from Washington, D.C. to Dallas, Texas on Braniff Airlines. I don't know if you remember Braniff Airlines, right? I'm on a pink airplane and my life is over. You figure it out. And so I go into this place and I get up the next morning and I can't get out of bed. I'm so depressed. And so my roommate came over, big Texan named Jim. He said, "I know how you feel, partner." He said, "I felt bad when I came in here." He said, "I was sober 6 days now. I feel good." "How long are you sober?" I said, 6.5 years. He said, "Oh, shit," and he went and got in bed. And this nurse guy that came in and got us both up. And what I realized, Ed C. had taken me to the airport, and he gave me a bag. He said, "Here," he said, "take this with you." And when I was on the airplane, I looked in the bag, and it was a copy of the New Testament. And I said, "I read this stuff, I know all about this. I got a degree in this stuff." And my life was over. My career was gone. Everything was gone. I hadn't done anything wrong. I hadn't anything to drink or drug or anything like that. But my life was over. I failed. And what I had done is run as far as I could on my own power is what I had done. And I didn't realize that. And I was laying in bed, and in another rage, I opened that bag, and I took that book out, and I said, "Let's see what you got to say." And I I cursed. I'm not proud of that, but I did. I was just in a rage. I just opened it. I opened it to a page that said, let not your heart be troubled. Have faith in God, have faith also in me. And I went on to say that there had been a place prepared for me. And it hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm sober 6.5 years, and I never believed there was a place for me. I always thought I had to work to earn a spot in the world. I was a guy who woke up drunk or sober. I woke up 10 yards behind the rest of the world, and I had to work harder than anybody else just to be even. And what it was ego. It was self driving me crazy. And I broke. Something inside of me broke, and I fell out of bed, and I got on my knees, and I wept, I know, for an hour. And I promised God, I'll do anything, I'll go anywhere, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I am yours, all of me. And an odyssey began. It's been unbelievable. And so I came back to Washington, and my sponsor said, you have to go back to the church of your childhood, and you have to leave for a good reason. And I went back, and I remember one of the things that happened to me when I was a little kid. They began an organization called the Knights of Fatima for little boys, and Fatima was an apparition that happened in Portugal, and we believe that the Mother of God appeared to 3 little kids and a number of times, and so I was knighted into the Knights of Fatima, and the bishop was there that night, and I was first because I was the shortest. Catholics always line you up by size, and so I was first, and so I had this thing going on with me, and the bishop said, you have a very special relationship with the Mother of God, and your worst day, she'll be there for you. And I remembered all that, and so I bought a book on Fatima, and I opened it up, and it said it happened May the 13th, 1917. The day I walked in that bathroom to take my life was May the 13th, 1973. Now, you may tell me it's a coincidence. I choose not to believe that. I choose to believe that that part of the plan for me was that a woman would speak to me and tell me, and my mind would be clear, and I would remember a phone number, and I'd pick up the phone and I'd make the call. And that's just not the first thing. I got my friend Mike, and he asked me to be his prayer partner. It just made me crazy. I was sober less than a year. I said, I don't pray. And he said, well, look, I'll pray, you partner. And I'm in this man's life, and so I went to him and I told him what had happened and what I'd realized. And I was just in tears. I was sobbing. I mean, we lived 2 doors from one another. And he put his arms around me and he said, welcome home. And the things that began to happen, and the book promises me that if I will let God in my life, things will begin to happen that I can't imagine. Remember the 1979, the gas shortage, and the first one was in 74, and I got through that by reading Search for Serenity, and but then in 79 I get this call from the intergroup office and said, can you take a 12-step call? And I said, my car is absolutely out of gas. What I do is, at the end of the block they had a service station, and I knew the guys there, so at night I would park my car by the pump. They opened at 7 o'clock, so I get up at 6:30 and stuff. I get my coffee and I put on my bathrobe, my slippers, and I go down and I sit in the car, and they'd open the service station and fill me up first. By then there were 150 cars in line, and so my car's sitting down by the gas pump, and it's like quarter to 10 or something like that. The guy said, I can't get anybody to take this call. I said, look, I'll take it. I said, I don't know how, but I'll take it, don't you worry. So I said, because they closed the phones at 10 at the intergroup office. So I ran down to Mike's house. I said, do you have any gas in your truck? He said, no, I don't. And I said, look, he said, I ran out of gas. We had to push it into the parking space. And I said, look, I'm headed to Bethesda. I said, I'm going to go as far as I can go. If I run out of gas, I run out of gas. So I packed a bag, and I figured if I can get to Bethesda, get to this guy, and I can spend the night with a friend over there. So I said, God, just get me to this guy's house, that's all. And I won't ask anymore. So I get to his house, and this guy's coming apart like a cheap suit, and we used to carry booze with us for people when they were in real bad shape and they were shaking real bad and all this stuff. And so I had a couple miniatures which he went through in no time, and it didn't touch him. And he's still shaking real bad, and I think I got to get this guy to a hospital. And I called an ambulance, and we couldn't get an ambulance. And so I said, look, God, if you'll get me to Sibley Hospital with this guy, I won't ask anymore. I'll spend the night in the parking lot. I don't care. Just get me there. So I get the guy in the car. He's shaking like crazy, and I get him to Sibley Hospital, and they triaged drunks to the end. And so we were there till must have been 2 o'clock in the morning. And they finally took him in, and I wasn't going to call on any friends at 2 o'clock in the morning. So I got in the car, and I figured I'll just drive till I'm out of gas. So I drove up, and I get to the corner of Old Georgetown Road and Wisconsin Avenue, and directly across the street, there's lights on at this service station. So I zipped over there by the pump, and the guy came running out, and he said, we're closed. I said, that's okay. I said, I'm totally out of gas. I said, I'll sit here till you're open. He said, don't do that. He said, there'll be a big line of people, and he said, let me turn the lights out. He said, I'll fill you up. I said, okay. So he turned the lights out. He came out, he filled up my car, and he came to me. Now, my buddy Mike promised he'd be praying, okay? And so he filled my car, and he came to me, and he said, there's something wrong with the pump. He said, your car holds 20 and a half gallons, and he said, I put 24 and a half gallons of gas in your car. I said, I want to pay for it. He said, no. He said, no. He said, there's something wrong with the pump. I said, no, I want to pay for it. I said, look, pal, God loaned me a few gallons of gas. I want to pay for it. He scared him to death, and he took the money. And so I went back, and I woke Mike up, and I told him the story. And that's one of many incidents that have taken place in the last 30 years of my life. Now, there are people who are religiously anti-miracle. And I had a woman run up to me in a panic. She said, some cars have auxiliary tanks in them. And I said, well, if I had one, I think I might have known about it. And no, you probably had an auxiliary tank. That's what it was. I said, well, it couldn't have been God. Couldn't have been God, there isn't a God. I said, okay. But I think a big part of the 11th step, is a willingness to see things in our lives as miracles. To consider the possibility. That's all. It's just a matter of considering the possibility that God really will work in our lives, just like the original Oxford groupers said, that if we will try to engage ourselves with God as we understand Him, God will work in our lives. And if that's true, then there's a great promise. The 12th step gives us a great promise, and the great promise is having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps. We don't work these steps so that we're successful. We don't work the steps for any reason other than have a spiritual awakening. Because remember, the only thing that will save my life is a profound spiritual awakening, sufficient to alter my personality, because the old man will drink again. So I must have a spiritual awakening, sufficient to alter my personality. If I were the guy who staggered into Alcoholics Anonymous 30 years, 7 months ago, I'm a dead man. If I'm not a different man, I'm a dead man. I will drink and I will die. My only hope is to be a different man. And you aren't different just by wanting to be different. I'm different because of a profound spiritual awakening as a result of the steps. In how that's reflected itself in my life is the possibility that I can be of service to God and those about me. I one time sponsored a fellow who was a physician's assistant, and he was in charge of the training, or putting together a training program, the introductory program for interns. We have a teaching hospital in Wilmington, and he would allow me to go over and speak to the young physicians coming in, the intern program. He would allow me to speak to them about Alcoholics Anonymous. I'd always put on my coat and tie and go talk to these young men and women. And I'd always say the same thing. If you ever have a patient who wants to talk to a member of Alcoholics Anonymous, you can either call the intergroup or contact me personally, and I'd be very happy to either talk with them, or if it's a woman, I'll find a woman who would be glad to talk with them. And one day I got a call from this young doctor, and she said, we have a man in the hospital who's totally non-communicative. Is there any possibility you could come and talk to him? I said, I'll be right there. And she said, I'll meet you at the nurse's station on such and such a floor. And I said, okay. So I beat it over to the hospital, and I met her at the nurse's station. She's standing there with his chart. She said, "Would you like to read his chart?" I said, "No, I know what's in his chart." And so she took me down to his room, and I walked in, and it was this real thin, emaciated black man about my age, laying in bed with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. And he didn't even acknowledge our presence. And so she pulled up 2 chairs, one for me and one for her, and she began Mr. Lewis is a very busy man, and he's taking time out of his day to come here to talk. I said, "Would you excuse us, please?" She was kind of shocked, and I said, Could we have some privacy, please? She looked at me, and then she went outside, and she almost closed the door. It was slightly ajar, and I realized that she was lurking outside. Now, I live with an Al-Anon, so I know all about lurking. Julia's a lurker, and like when I'm sick or something like that, she'll be lurking outside the guest room where I go when I'm sick, so that she doesn't catch it. And she lurks, and she monitors my breathing patterns and things like that. That's what lurkers do, and to know how I'm doing. And this young doctor's lurking out there, and I did what we do. I told the guy my story, and I was telling him how I was living in the basement of a house on Harvard Street. He looked at me, he said, "When was that?" I said, 1973. He said, "I lived on Columbia Road." I said, "We were neighbors." And I said, "Did you ever buy your booze at the Columbia liquor store?" He said, "I bought it everywhere." And I said, "Remember those barrels?" He said, "Yeah, 3/5 for $10. I said, "Those were the good old days." And he said, "Yeah." I said, "There was a guy who worked in there. He was really nasty." He said, "Yeah, he was." And I said to him, I said, "I used to wear an ascot, and I put on a sport coat, with patches on the elbows, so they would think I was an intellectual. And I'd go up there, and I was up there one time, and he said, "I used to wear a tie." And I said, I was up there one time, and I'm looking, and I said to the guy, I said, "Pardon me, sir." He said, "Is this pretty good vodka?" And he said, "What do you care? We'll get you where you need to go." And so I told him I was so insulted, I bought 6 bottles and left. And then pretty soon, he's sitting on the side of the bed, and we're talking, alcoholic, and we're laughing and everything. And finally I said to him, I said, "You look a little tired." He said, "Well, I'm kind of tired." And I said, "Look," I said, "how would it be if I come back tomorrow and bring a couple of my friends?" He said, "Are they like you?" I said, "They're just like me, so I'd like to meet them." And so I left, and she had gathered all the other interns. They're all down by the nurse's station. And she said, "I never saw anything like that in my life." She said, "That was magnificent." She said, "Do you ever do workshops?" And I said, "Well, yeah." I said, "Are you willing to do some homework?" And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, you have to drink real bad for at least 10 years. I told her, I said, "I probably don't have a talent in the world except one. And the great gift I've been given is sobriety. And with that comes the ability to talk to another alcoholic." And I said, "That's probably all I do well." I said, "You don't need to learn how we do it." I said, "All you have to do is wherever you go to practice medicine," I said, "meet a sober man and a sober woman in Alcoholics Anonymous and get to know them so that if anybody you ever work with needs somebody, you can call on them." I said, "Because that's all we do. That's our special gift." And it is. And it's the great promise of the spiritual awakening, the ability to carry it to somebody else. The truth about us, I think, is that we don't know what we know until somebody else needs it. And I know everybody's had that experience. When you're talking with a new person, you'll say something, and later you'll say, "I didn't know I knew that." It just came out. And so what we have isn't of value until somebody else needs it. And this whole business of a decent self-image isn't because I stand in front of a mirror and try to convince myself of something I'm not. I have a decent self-image because I've looked in the eyes of sick alcoholics. And their eyes have told me that I'm somebody they want to be like. If I'm somebody wants to be like, I must be okay. I must have something they want. I must be the kind of person they want to be. That's why I have a decent self-image. It's not because I've proven anything to myself. It's not because I've convinced myself of anything. It's because someone who's desperate wants to latch a hold of me. So I must be of tremendous value. Now, I think God throws ropes to drowning people. And to be a rope someone wants to grab a hold of, it's got to be the most gratifying thing in the world. Because, I was drowning. God threw me a rope, threw me a lot of ropes. And I grabbed a hold of them. And they were the kind of people I wanted to be like if and when I grew up. The woman I was telling you about, Lib, who's still active in Alcoholics Anonymous in Wilmington. I got a call. I sobered just a couple months, and I got a call from these guys who wouldn't leave me alone. And they said, we're going to go over to Arlington, I think the Flounder House, and there's a woman come down from New York who's going to speak. She's sober 27 years. And I said, who wants to go listen to some old broad who hadn't had a drink in 27 years? They said, just be outside. So I was outside, and they pulled by, and I got in the car, and we went over, and I listened to her talk, right? And a few years ago, I had the great pleasure of taking a woman to dinner. Her name was Lib. And I told her 27 years ago, I was made to come and hear you speak at the Flounder House in Alexandria, Virginia. She said, I remember that. And I said, I didn't want to go because I didn't want to hear some old broad sober 27 years had to say. I said, Lib, I'm sober 27 years, and that's not old. And she said, I know, it's not old. And, that can't happen. That can't happen to a guy like me. But of course it does, because it's the way God would have it be. I can't believe the peace and the contentment in my life. And I can't believe that everything I've ever wanted has been given to me as a result of Alcoholics Anonymous. There's one amends I didn't tell you about that has sort of said it all to me in a spiritual sense. And it was my dear, dear, dear brother Terry, who has the same illness I have. And I could never find Terry to make amends because whenever I went home, Terry would go away. It must be hard to drink like Terry and I drank and have a brother who's sober. And I'm sure my family, not meaning to do any damage, probably kept pointing to me. And so I would try to make amends, and I couldn't. And Julia hadn't even met Terry. And my parents were having their 50th wedding anniversary, and I was all excited because I knew Terry would come to that. He loved him, and he wouldn't miss that. And I knew I'd be able to make amends to Terry. And I saw him, and my heart broke. Terry was 7 years younger than me, and he looked 20 years older. Terry had been a very accomplished guy. Among other things, he was a tremendous prize fighter. He had an enviable record as a young man. And then booze got him, and then, every young punk in the Ohio Valley beat him half to death in a bar just to say they had beaten him. And he looked terrible. And I knew he was diagnosed as alcoholic because Julia fell in love with him immediately. And she's an Al-Anon. Julia's a real Al-Anon. You know how they have, they always have these arguments about what makes a real Al-Anon. Well, last year, Julia proved to me she's a real Al-Anon. They say, well, just being married to an alcoholic doesn't make an Al-Anon. You have to be, they go on and on. But I've discovered a real criteria for being a real Al-Anon because last year we were working in the garden. And I was around the side working on my rose bushes, and Julia said, honey, would you come here, please? So I went way around the house, and she said, would you go get me a hoe? And I said, well, yeah, I'd be glad to get you a hoe. I said, but, you're a lot closer than me. Why didn't you get it? She said, well, I'm standing on a copperhead, and I didn't want him to get away. That's a real Al-Anon. And So Terry was there, and, I could never get to him. And he wasn't an eye guy. He was a shoe guy like I was. And I tried to get close to him, and I just couldn't engage him. And it broke my heart. And the day of the anniversary came, and Terry wasn't there, and he wasn't there, and he wasn't there. And finally he came, and he came very drunk. And my brother Henry came and said, Terry's here, and he's drunk. And I said, of course he is. He's an alcoholic. He said, he shouldn't be here like that. I said, Henry, no one should be anywhere like that. I said, but Terry must love Mom and Dad an awful lot to come like that. And he looked at me, And I said, I know where he's been. I said, he's been down the street trying to drink up enough courage to come here. And he just looked at me and smiled. And my brothers and sisters took him in. So I made amends to Terry without having to talk to him. And a few months later, they called me, my family called me up and said, Terry's in the hospital, he has cancer, and we don't think he has long. And I ran up, and I went to see him, and I got to spend a couple hours with him, just me and Terry. And he asked me, we talked for a little while, and he said, he treated me like the big brother I always wanted to be to him. And he said, do you really believe there's a God? And I said, Terry, I know there's a God more than I know anything in the world. And then he looked down for a minute, and he looked back up, and he said, do you think he could care about a guy like me? And I said, the God I know and serve couldn't do anything but love you. And we talked about things that are important, scapulars and rosaries and things that we grew up with, and just happened to have an extra one, and I remind him how to use it, and then I asked him for a favor. And I asked him if I could hug him. And I desperately wanted to hug him for years. And he got out of bed. He was very frail, and this guy was as hard as a brick wall, and very frail, and just basically bones. And I hugged him, and he was a drunk, and he couldn't hug for long. So we only hugged for a couple of seconds. And I was driving back to North Carolina, and I recalled something I learned in theology class, and that is there are two kinds of time. There's something called chronos, chronological time, which we're about out of. It's linear. Then there's something called kairos, which is God's time. And God's time is always right now. That's why the old-timers always said you can only know God in the present. That's why you don't live in the past and you don't live in the future. If you're going to know God, it has to be in the now. It has to be in the present. I only hugged my dear brother Terry for a few seconds chronologically, but I hugged him forever in God's time. And I finally understood that the thing that had plagued me about my alcoholism was the time I had wasted. And I hadn't wasted any time at all. I was preparing myself to pick up a plan that had Keith's name at the top of it and to get to work. I was in training on Skid Row. And when I left that room, Terry said to me, I think I don't have to drink anymore. I think I can be like you. And I said, I think you can too. About 6 months later, my brother Terry died, and he died the way I want to die. He died the day after my 20th AA birthday. And he died the way I want to die. He was clean. He was sober. He was surrounded by people who loved him. And he had made amends the best way he could to everyone in his life. Terry died a happy, complete man. And when they found him with the rosary I'd given him in his hands, sitting up in a chair. There's such tremendous promise in this life. And I think the key is overcoming whatever it is that stops us. And I want to say one thing that I like to think about with the 12th step, because guilt has got to be one of the huge bugaboos for all of us. And doing 12-step work, I think, does more for guilt, to sponge guilt, than anything I can think of. And, if you help enough people, if you make enough calls, if you go to enough institutions, then one day you fully accept yourself as who you are. And remember, the book says a day will come when no human power will keep us from taking a drink. And one day it came for me, and I was sober probably about 4 or 5 months. And I didn't want to drink, but there was so much racket in my head that I was afraid the only way I could stop it was to drink. And it was Thursday, which meant my home group met, which meant I went. I didn't go because I wanted to go. I went because I always went. And we sat through the meeting. It was a step meeting, and I didn't hear a thing because there was so much racket in my head. And then we went to the Potter's house for coffee and cake, not because I wanted to go to coffee and cake, but we always went. And I went there, and I couldn't hear anything anybody was saying. and I was overwhelmed. And I got up to leave, and I walked by the man who led the meeting, and his name is Happy Harold. Some of you may know Happy Harold. And he saw me, and he knew. And he said, son, he said, I don't know you. He said, my name's Harold, and I'm an alcoholic. I said, yes, sir, I know you led our meeting. And he said, you look troubled. And I said, well, I'm feeling guilty. And he didn't say you shouldn't feel that way. He said what people say in Alcoholics Anonymous. He said, I know how you feel. Have a seat. I sat down, and he told me a story. He said, when I was drinking, he said, my mama was dying in a hospital, and she called me and said, son, I want you to come and see me tomorrow morning, but I don't want you to be drunk, because if you're drinking, I don't want to see you, because I don't want to go into eternity seeing my oldest boy drunk. He said the next morning he was sitting in a waiting room, and his brothers and sisters came in, and he was drunk. And I said, you were? He said, of course I was. He said, I hadn't met you people yet. I didn't know how not to be drunk. And so they told him, you can't go up like that. So they called up the intensive care, and his mama said, no, she didn't want to see him like that. He said, so while my brothers and sisters said goodbye to Mama, he said, I sat in a waiting room, and she died, and I never got to see her. And I said, how do you live with that? And he smiled only the way Harold can. Harold's one of those people who smiles with his whole body. And he said, you'll discover, he said, the worst you do becomes your greatest gift. That's what the book tells us. And it must have been a couple months later, and maybe more, because I was back from Europe, I think. And I saw Harold at the elevator, and I went over and I shook his hand, and we talked and everything. And then he left, and I turned around to walk away, and a nurse came over to me and said, do you know Mr. B? I said, you mean Happy Harold? She said, he's the finest man I know. I said, really? And she said, yeah. She said, whenever anybody's here, an old person here who's dying and doesn't have anybody, we call Harold, and he comes and helps him die. And those words rang through my head, the worst you do becomes your greatest gift. And that's really the way it is in Alcoholics Anonymous. If I want to hang on to the guilt, it means I can never use those experiences to benefit others. But if I'm willing to let the guilt go, and I'm willing to see that as something that's useful to another human being, there's absolutely no limit to what can happen for us and for those about us. So it comes down to one thing, doesn't it? It comes down to service. Having had a spiritual awakening is the result of these steps. We carry the message to those who are suffering. And then we practice these principles in all our affairs, which means we build character. And we take this phenomenal gift that humanity waited thousands of years to get. And it happened when the wolf guys struck in 1935 in Akron, Ohio. And as our friend Ross says, we're not a miracle. The miracle happened in 1935, but we can choose to be part of the miracle. And we can take this phenomenal thing, this thing called a spiritual awakening, this gift that mankind has struggled for and prayed for thousands of years. The eminent Dr. Silkworth said 1 alcoholic in 1,000 got well. Carl Jung, father of psychology, one of the most humble and spiritual men who ever lived, said 1 person in 1,000 who were alcoholics of my type got well. And now virtually every alcoholic who walks through the doors of Alcoholics Anonymous can live a happy, useful, productive, sober life. The only admission is self. If I am willing to pay with self, there's no limit to what I can do in God's world. Thank you.